got another statement here. As Senator Cherargei prepares to read that statement, Senator Betty Montet-Till, you have another statement.
Speaker.
Senator Wakoli, Senator Sifuna, and Senator Sifuna again. Very well, Cherargei, proceed to read your statement.
Request for statement on the welfare and protection of Kenyans residing and working in South Sudan. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Committee of National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations on a matter of national concern regarding the welfare and protection of Kenyans residing and working in the Republic of South Sudan. Mr. Speaker, sir, Kenyans residing and working in South Sudan continue to face insecurity, loss of life and property, labor disputes, delayed or unpaid salaries, displacement, and limited access to consular and emergency assistance. In the statement, Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee should address the following. 1, the number of Kenyans currently residing and working in South Sudan, including those who have registered with the Embassy of Kenya in Juba, and the mechanism for maintaining accurate and up-to-date records. Mr. Speaker, sir, number 2, the nature and number of cases involving Kenyans in South Sudan reported to and handled by the Embassy of Kenya from 2023 to date, including cases relating to insecurity, loss of life and property, labor disputes and detention, including the action taken and outcome of each case, including traffic issues. Mr. Speaker, number 3, the number of Kenyans evacuated or repatriated from South Sudan from 2023 to date, including circumstances necessitating such action, the assistance provided, and challenges encountered. Mr. Speaker, number 4, the measures implemented under the Kenya Diaspora Policy 2024.
Hold. Senators, let us allow Senator Cherargei to be heard in silence. If you must consult, please do so in a manner that do not disrupt your colleague.
Let me take that one again, Mr. Speaker, sir.
And I've seen you, Senator.
The measures, let me take number 4, the measures implemented under the Kenya Diaspora Policy 2024, the Comprehensive Kenya Diaspora Growth Strategy 2024-2027, and other relevant policies to protect Kenyans in South Sudan, the identified gaps and measures taken to address them. Mr. Speaker, finally, the bilateral agreements between Kenya and South Sudan for the protection of Kenyan citizens, workers, businesses, and investment, the extent of their implementation, and measures taken to strengthen consular services and emergency response by the government of Kenya. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Faki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Energy on a matter of national concern regarding the circular letter issued by the Kenya Pipeline Company dated 25th of May 2026, which stopped the loading of transit oil products at the Kenya Petroleum Refineries in Mombasa, effective 1st of July 2026. Mr. Speaker, sir, the decision has disrupted businesses, forced transport companies to relocate to Eldoret, and threatens both community livelihoods and county revenues. It further raises concerns of monopolistic practices contrary to the Competition Act, Cap 504. In the statement, the committee should address the following. Number 1, whether the decision was subjected to public participation as provided for by Article 232(1)(d) of the Constitution. Number 2, the role of EPRA in approving and overseeing the decision and measures taken to caution affected businesses and communities. Number 3, the strategies in place to mitigate the anticipated revenue and employment losses in Mombasa County. Number 4, why the Kenya Pipeline, which was permitted to act in contravention of the Competition Act, despite it being a private company. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Mohamed Faki Munyahaji, Senator Mombasa County.
Senator Edwin Sifuna. Senator Miraj, Senator Lemaletian, order in the House. Proceed, Senator Sifuna.
Thank you, Speaker. I have 3 requests for statement. I'm pleading that you allow me to take 3 of them at a go. The first one is on the state of Mount Elgon and Mount Elgon National Park. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 of the Senate Standing Orders to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on a matter of county concern regarding the state of Mount Elgon and its national park. Mr. Speaker, despite being a globally acclaimed heritage site and a critical water tower, this ecosystem has suffered great neglect. Persistent logging, illegal encroachment, and other illicit activities threaten biodiversity, the sustainability of the Nzoia River, livelihoods downstream, and the growth of tourism in Trans Nzoia County. As things stand, this vital resource has not been accorded the management of or investment.
Senator Kajwang, order in the House.
The management or investment befitting its potential as a major national income earner. In the statement, the committee should address the following: the current state of Mount Elgon and its national park, specifically detailing biodiversity loss over the last 10 years, the extent of deforestation, and the exact acreage of the natural resource that remains sustainably protected from encroachment. Number 2, the measures currently in place to restore the mountain ecosystem and its dependent rivers. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, the government strategies to strengthen resource management to directly benefit local statements or local communities and enhance Mount Elgon's potential as a premier heritage and tourism site. The second statement, Honorable Speaker, is on the 5% ad valorem levy on landed cage fish in Kenya. This is a matter that has arisen after Kenyans heard that I had been seconded to the Agriculture Committee, which encompasses the blue economy and fisheries. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries on a matter of nationwide concern regarding the 5% ad valorem levy on landed cage fish in Kenya, introduced under the Fisheries Management and Development into brackets aquaculture regulations of 2024. Mr. Speaker, the Fisheries Management and Development Aquaculture Regulations 2024 introduced a 5% ad valorem levy on the market value of fish harvested through cage aquaculture in Kenya's public waters, including Lake Victoria. Stakeholders contend that the levy disproportionately burdens cage fish farmers, particularly small and medium-scale producers, by increasing production costs, reducing profitability, and discouraging investment. They further argue that unlike other food production sectors, the levy applies exclusively to cage aquaculture in public waters, raising concerns about equity, competitiveness, and the sector's sustainability. As Homa Bay County produces more than half of Kenya's cage fish, its farmers are expected to bear the greatest impact, with possible adverse effects on employment, household incomes, food security, and the blue economy. In the statement, the committee should address the following: the policy, legal, and economic justification for imposing a 5% ad valorem levy on landed cage fish under the Fisheries Management and Development Regulations of 2024, including the objectives of the levy and the basis for determining the 5% rate. Number 2, Honorable Speaker, whether the ministry conducted stakeholder consultations, regulatory impact assessments, or socioeconomic analysis before introducing the levy, and if so, provide the findings and explain how they informed the final regulations. Thirdly, the projected revenue from the levy, its intended utilization, and the programs or services to be funded for the benefit of the aquaculture sector. And finally, Honorable Speaker, the actual and anticipated impact of the levy on the aquaculture sector, including its effects on production costs, profitability, investment, employment, fish prices, and the competitiveness of Kenya's cage fish industry. Speaker, with your permission, there was a last one. The fifth one was whether the government has considered reviewing, suspending, or repealing the levy or adopting alternative financing mechanisms to support sustainable fisheries management without unduly burdening cage fish farmers, and if not, the reasons for retaining the levy. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I have a statement on internship placement for Bachelor of Science in Nursing graduates from the Kibabi University in Bungoma. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health regarding the failure to place 47 inaugural Bachelor of Science in Nursing graduates from Kibabi University on mandatory internship. Mr. Speaker, these graduates successfully completed their studies in 2025, sat for the Nursing Council of Kenya licensing examination, and fulfilled all academic and professional requirements. Despite meeting all these criteria, they were omitted from the recent internship postings, while other eligible graduates across the country were placed, and no explanation, Honorable Speaker, has been forthcoming from the relevant agencies, leaving them frustrated and without immediate recourse. In the statement, the committee should address the following. Number one, whether the Bachelor of Science in Nursing degree course offered at Kibabi University is validly recognized and approved by the Commission for University Education. Two, the reasons why the 47 graduates from Kibabi University have not been placed on the mandatory internship program despite fulfilling all the requirements. And finally, Honorable Speaker, the timelines within which these graduates will be placed on internship to enable their full professional registration and future employment. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Orders, Senator Hamida. Take your seat, or the nearest seat for that matter. Thank you. Honorable Senators, I have a communication to make from the Chair on a visiting delegation from the Parliament of Uganda. Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's galleries this afternoon, a visiting delegation of members of Parliament and Secretariat from the Parliament of Uganda. The delegation is in the Senate on a courtesy call to the Senator for Nairobi City County, Senator Edwin Sifuna, MP. I request each member of the delegation to stand when called out so that you may be acknowledged in the Senate tradition. Honorable Betty Namboze, Member of Parliament, Mukono Municipality. Honorable Ivan Yeyune, Member of Parliament, Nakasongola Constituency. Honorable Moses Musanje Lukanga, Member of Parliament, Njeru Municipality. Honorable Loluk Fidelis Logwe, Member of Parliament, Napore West County. Honorable Kansiime Anna, Women Member of Parliament, Ruampara District. Honorable Ibrahim Aisu, Member of Parliament, Palisa County. Ms. Mutekanga Jacqueline, Clerk Committee on PSC and Local Government. Ms. Ampeire Ameria, Personal Assistant to Honorable Namboze. Honorable Senators, on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to you and wish you a fruitful visit in the Senate. I thank you. Senator Sifuna, would you like to say a word of welcome to the delegation in under 1 minute?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, on behalf of the Senate, I am very proud to say that I was honored this morning to receive this delegation from largely the NUP party that is led by Comrade Bobby Wine in Uganda. The Honorable Betty Namboze is actually the chair of the Accountability Committee when it comes to local government in Uganda. And I was very honored to receive her and her delegation. We have shared quite a lot. As you know, Honorable Speaker, Uganda remains one of our largest export markets. I think the latest numbers we're seeing, we're doing upwards of $951 million per year in terms of the export from Kenya to Uganda. And of course, we have very close ties, Honorable Speaker. There are many communities along the Kenya-Uganda border that inhabit both Kenya and Uganda. The Luos, of course, we have our friends, the Kalenjins, who also inhabit both countries. We have the Teso community as well, and many others. And we share a very close bond as residents of East Africa. I want to take this opportunity to welcome them not just to Nairobi and to Kenya. We have very difficult political circumstances in the region, Honorable Speaker. But our hope and our prayer is that we will continue to be brothers and sisters as Kenyans and Ugandans. Your problems are our problems, because if there is something that the COVID pandemic taught us, and even the threat right now to the whole globe of Ebola, is that we are all one family. And what happens in Uganda matters to us. What happens in Kenya matters to you. What happens in Dar es Salaam happens to matter to all of us. And I take this opportunity to wish you well, to send my greetings to my brother, Bobby Wine. I know he's in exile in the US. Tell him that he has friends. He has friends, although we might not be we might not be in a position to affect the affairs of your country. But there is a dawn that is coming, especially for those of us who believe in democracy, the rule of law, and the supremacy of our people. So I thank you, Honorable Speaker. I welcome them to savor all the nice things in Nairobi. Let them have a piece of nyama choma. I've had luombo in Kampala, although these days I'm not very welcome there. But we are hoping that our people will remain united and that we will offer hope and support to each other. And Senator Mazayo is also...
Order Senator Mazayo and Senator Morgan. Conclude, Senator Sifuna, in welcoming this strong team.
Just gone off, Speaker, if I can have the mic back. There are members of this House who have a very strong feelings about Uganda, and especially about some of the close relations that we have with the people of Kampala and Uganda generally. So I am hoping that Senator Mazayo will get opportunity to express what he is whispering to me himself, because I might get into a lot of trouble, Mr. Speaker, but I want to stop there. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Once again, the members of Parliament from Uganda, you are welcome to the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. Enjoy your stay here, and you can extend beyond the weekend. Senator Honorable Ibrahim Aisu, Member of Parliament, Palisa County. Ms. Mutekanga Jacqueline, Clerk Committee on PSC and Local Government. Ms. Ampeire Ameria, Personal Assistant to Honorable Namboze. Honorable Senators, on behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to you and wish you a fruitful visit in the Senate. I thank you. Senator Sifuna, would you like to say a word of welcome to the delegation in under 1 minute?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Indeed, on behalf of the Senate, I am very proud to say that I was honored this morning to receive this delegation from largely the NUP party that is led by Comrade Bobby Wine in Uganda. The Honorable Bedi Namboze is actually the chair of the Accountability Committee when it comes to local government in Uganda. And I was very honored to receive her and her delegation. We have shared quite a lot. As you know, Honorable Speaker, Uganda remains one of our largest export markets. I think the latest numbers we're seeing, we're doing upwards of $951 million per year in terms of the export from Kenya to Uganda. And of course, we have very close ties, Honorable Speaker. There are many communities along the Kenya-Uganda border that inhabit both Kenya and Uganda. The Luos, of course, we have our friends, the Kalenjins, who also inhabit both countries. We have the Teso community as well, and many others. And we share a very close bond as residents of East Africa. I want to take this opportunity to welcome them not just to Nairobi and to Kenya. We have very difficult political circumstances in the region, Honorable Speaker. But our hope and our prayer is that we will continue to be brothers and sisters as Kenyans and Ugandans. Your problems are our problems, because if there is something that the COVID pandemic taught us, and even the threat right now to the whole globe of Ebola, is that we are all one family. And what happens in Uganda matters to us. What happens in Kenya matters to you. What happens in Dar es Salaam happens to matter to all of us. And I take this opportunity to wish you well, to send my greetings to my brother, Bobby Wine. I know he's in exile in the US. tell him that he has friends. He has friends, although we might not be we might not be in a position to affect the affairs of your country. But there is a dawn that is coming, especially for those of us who believe in democracy, the rule of law, and the supremacy of our people. So I thank you, Honorable Speaker. I welcome them to savor all the nice things in Nairobi. Let them have a piece of nyamachoma. I have had luombo in Kampala, although these days I'm not very welcome there. But we are hoping that our people will remain united and that we will offer hope and support to each other. And Senator Mazayo is also...
Order, Senator Mazayo and Senator Morgan. Conclude, Senator Sifuna, in welcoming this talk team.
Just gone off, Speaker, if I can have the mic back. There are members of this House who have a very strong feelings about Uganda, and especially about some of the close relations that we have with the people of Kampala and Uganda generally. So I'm hoping that Senator Mazayo will get opportunity to express what he is whispering to me himself, because I might get into a lot of trouble, Mr. Speaker, but I want to stop there. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Once again, the members of Parliament from Uganda, you are welcome to the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. Enjoy your stay here, and you can extend beyond the weekend. Senator Omogeni, Senior Counsel.
Tea farmers from unlawful deductions and ensure full compliance with the law by all tea factories and their management. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I have another statement. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity and Regional Integration on the matter of national concern regarding the transparency, fairness, and integrity of the recruitment process, particularly in light of reports that the candidate ranked first by the board of the Technical and Vocational Education and Training Authority was not appointed. In the statement, Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee should address the following. 1, the criteria, justification, and legal basis upon which Dr. Wanyeki Paul Machocho was appointed as the Director General of TVETA, notwithstanding that Moriasi Arabu Josia had been recommended by the TVET board as the top-ranked candidate following a competitive recruitment process. Second, Mr. Speaker, the committee should provide a comprehensive account of the recruitment and appointment process, including the number of applicants, the shortlisted candidates, the interview and evaluation criteria, the scores attained by each of the shortlisted candidates, the recommendations made by the board, the names submitted to the head of public service, and indicate whether the process complied with the Constitution, the Technical and Vocational Education and Training Act, the State Corporations Act, the Public Service Commission Act, and the applicable government guidelines governing the appointment of chief executive officers and head of state corporations, giving reasons for any departures from the prescribed procedure. 3, the committee should state whether the appointing authority departed from the recommendations of the board, and if so, provide the legal and policy justification for appointing a candidate other than the one ranked first, including whether the board's recommendation was rejected, varied, or set aside, and if so, under what authority. 4, clarify whether any complaints, petitions, appeals, or court proceedings were lodged regarding the recruitment or appointment process, and if so, provide their status and the measures taken to address the issues raised. Finally, outline the measures the ministry responsible for technical and vocational education have put in place to safeguard the independence, transparency, meritocracy, and accountability of recruitment process for senior leadership positions in state corporation, and to prevent similar concerns from arising in future appointments. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kajwang, Senator Abdul, and Senator Chimera. There is a consultation room behind the chair. If you must consult, you may retreat to that particular room which is provided for you. Senator Hamida Kibwana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My first statement is on preparedness to host the 2026 Women's African National Volleyball Championship. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on a matter of a nationwide concern regarding Kenya's preparedness to host the 2026 Women's African Nations Volleyball Championship, scheduled to take place in Nairobi from 23rd August to 5th September 2026 at the Kasarani Indoor Arena and Ulinzi Sports Complex. Mr. Speaker, sir, hosting this prestigious continental championship presents Kenya with a unique opportunity to showcase its sporting excellence, strengthen sports, tourism, and reaffirm its position as a leading sporting nation in Africa. It is therefore important that in the country is adequately prepared to deliver a successful tournament. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the state of preparedness of the Kasarani Indoor Arena and Ulinzi Sports Complex, including the status of renovation and upgrading works, compliance with international hosting standards, and confirmation of the readiness to host the championship. Number 2, the funding, technical and logistical support provided to the national women's volleyball team, the Malkia strikers, including allocations for training camps, player welfare, coaching and technical staff, equipment, sports science and medical support, and any other preparedness undertaken to enhance the team's competitiveness. Number 3, the arrangements to facilitate the successful hosting of the championship, including accommodation, transport, security, medical and emergency services, immigration and accreditation processes, volunteer management, and other logical support to participating teams, officials, media personnel, and spectators. Number 4, the government strategy to marketing, broadcasting, and promoting the championship, including partnership with media houses and sponsors, public awareness initiatives, fan engagement programs, and measures to maximize attendance, tourism, investment opportunities, and the overall economic impact of the event. Finally, the legacy program to be implemented following the championship, including measures to promote women's volleyball, strengthen youth talent development, enhance coaching and officiating capacity, improve sports infrastructure, and leverage the championship to support the long-term growth and sustainability of volleyball in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, my second statement is on gaps in the regulation and enforcement of pesticide safety in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Auditor General released a performance audit report on the regulation of pesticides in Kenya on 31st July 2026. The report has established that hazardous, expired, counterfeit, and unregistered pesticides continue to circulate in the Kenya market, exposing consumers, farmers, and the environment to serious harm. The audit further found that the Pest Control Products Board, PCPB, had only 64 officers against an approved establishment of 267, constraining inspections, enforcement, scientific surveillance, and public education. Mr. Speaker, sir, the audit also established that although the inspections of premises handling pesticides increased from 6,322 in the year 2021-2022 financial year to 11,150 in the year 2024-2025 financial year. The increased inspections had not resulted in a corresponding reduction in the sale of illegal products. Seizure of expired, counterfeit, and unregistered pesticides increased during the same period, while some businesses continued to operate despite prosecutions and repeated violations. Further, weaknesses were identified in follow-up inspections and the monitoring of corrective action, with more than half of sampled agro-dealers receiving no follow-up visit with an initial inspection. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the findings and recommendations of the Auditor General's performance audit on the regulation of pest control products and the action taken by the government and the PCPB to implement them. Number 2, the current staffing establishment of the PCPB, including the distribution of officers across its regional offices. The reasons only 64 of the approved 267 positions were filled during the audit period, and measures to address the staffing deficit. Number 3, the reasons the increase in inspections from 6,322 premises in the 2021-2022 financial year to 11,150 in the 2024-2025 financial year did not reduce the sale of illegal pesticides, stating the quantities and categories of expired, counterfeit, unregistered, and other unauthorized pest control products seized during the audit period and how they were disposed of. Number 4, the enforcement action taken against agro-dealers and other businesses found selling illegal pesticides, including prosecutions, convictions, and the suspensions to or revocation of operating certificates, and measures to ensure timely follow-up inspection and effective trafficking of corrective action by regional offices. Finally, the measures put in place to strengthen pesticide residue surveillance in food, educate farmers and agro-dealers on authorized pest control products and safe pesticide use, and enhance coordination among relevant agencies to prevent hazardous and unauthorized pesticides from entering the food, the food chain. Mr. Speaker, kindly allow me to read the last one. Regarding 22.5 billion capitation shortfall in public secondary schools. Mr. Speaker, sir. Excuse me. Mr. Speaker, sir. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Education on a matter of national importance concerning the reports the Kenya Secondary School Heads Association of Kenya shillings 22.5 billion capitation shortfall affecting public secondary schools across the country. Mr. Speaker, sir, the shortfall has led to delayed and incomplete disbursement of funds, leaving the schools indebted, struggling to meet operational costs and facing uncertainty as learners prepare for the final term and national examinations. There is growing concern that parents may be compelled to shoulder costs meant to be covered by government capitation, thereby undermining access to affordable education. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the total capitation allocation of the current financial year, the amount disbursed, and the outstanding balance. Number 2, the reasons for the Kenya shillings 22.5 billion shortfall and delays in increasing funds. Number 3, the extent of debts incurred by schools due to the funding gap. Finally, the measures being taken by government to release outstanding funds promptly, preventing future delays and safeguard parents from increased fees or disruption of learning and administration of national examination. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Hamida. Senator Mandago and your crew of Senator Kinyua and Senator Joyce, the restlessness you are exhibiting today is inviting the Speaker to call you to order. If you must consult, I have directed, consult in low tones, because the rest of the members would want to concentrate on what's going on in the chamber. So take note, Senator Kinyua. Statements pass one to Standing Order 57-1, Senate Majority Leader. Senator Montet, I had dropped your statement earlier on because I called out you are not in the chamber. Nonetheless, proceed to read your statement. Shortly thereafter, the leader of majority will read his statement. Pass one to Standing Order 57.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking a statement on the costs incurred by customers for replacement of prepaid electricity meters in the country. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of Energy on a matter of nationwide concern regarding the costs being imposed on electricity consumers in the country for the replacement of prepaid electricity meters. Mr. Speaker, according to the Kenya Power and Lighting Company, KPLC, Customer Service Center, faulty prepaid electricity meters should be replaced at a utility provider's cost, particularly where the fault arises from a normal wear or internal failure. However, KPLC is recovering the cost of replacing such meters, both faulty and periodically replaced ones, directly from the prepaid token purchases. These deductions are made without prior disclosure to customers, and the charges are not communicated at the time of replacement. In the statement, the committee should address the following. Number 1, whether there exists a legal framework governing the replacement of prepaid electricity meters, including the protection of customers against undisclosed charges. Number 2, methods employed by the Kenya Power and Lighting Company to recover costs associated with meter replacements, and whether these methods comply with the regulatory standards and customer rights. Number 3, the justification provided by the KPLC for recovering such costs from prepaid token purchases, particularly in cases where the meter is faulty due to normal wear and tear or failure. The strategy, number 4, the strategy used by KPLC to appraise customers about geographical coverage, replacement programs, and associated costs, including whether adequate notice and disclosure are provided. And lastly, the measures in place to ensure customer protection, transparency in billing, and timely resolution of complaints arising from hidden deductions during token purchases. Senator Betty Montet, nominated senator. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now, Senate Majority Leader, Senator Lelengwe. You can use the, okay, you now have the mic.
Mr. Speaker, sir, pursuant to Standing Order 53-1, I hereby present the business for the week commencing Tuesday, 8 September 2026. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me begin by expressing my gratitude to all honorable senators for the tremendous work done during Part 4 of this session. The Senate considered and passed the following business. A, bills. The Heritage and Museums Bill, Senate Bills number 8 of 2023, the Statutory Instrument Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 10 of 2024, the Environmental Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 10 of 2024, the Environmental Laws Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 23 of 2024, the Sports Amendment Bill number 2, Senate Bills number 45 of 2024, the Public Audit Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 4 of 2024, the County Hall of Fame, Senate Bills number 18 of 2023, and the County Oversight and Accountability Bill, Senate Bills number 3 of 2024. On motions, provision of IFMIS reports for the county governments to the Senate. On petitions, report of the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on the consideration of the petition to the Senate by Mr. Laban Omusundi regarding the enactment of legal framework to provide for recall for the president or a governor through a citizen initiative, and report of the Standing Committee on Health on petition to the Senate by Mr. Patrick Masilu and others concerning protection and propagation of commercialization of the new generation Mudea antivenom in Kenya. 3, Mr. Speaker, sir, I urge honorable senators to keep up with the same spirit in part 4 of the session in order to conclude on business pending in the Senate. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, sir, I take again. I urge honorable senators to keep up with the same spirit in part 5 of the session in order to conclude on business pending in the Senate. Mr. Speaker, sir, in line with the Speaker's communication on the message from the National Assembly on the passage of the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, Senate Bills number 8 of 2026. Later this afternoon, the Senate is set to consider the National Assembly Amendment Bill, amendments to the bill. This is a very crucial financial instrument that determines allocation of additional funds to counties. I therefore urge honorable senators to remain in the chamber so that we can conclude on this matter. Mr. Speaker, sir, the status of legislative business is as follows. 53 bills are pending conclusion, which 37 are at second reading, 19 are at the committee of the whole, and 1 is awaiting first reading. 18 motions are pending conclusion, 23 petitions are pending before respective standing committees, out of which 18 are due for reporting, and 587 statements pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 are under consideration by committees. Mr. Speaker, sir, at the next sitting of the Senate on Tuesday, 8th September 2026, the tentative business for the day will include business not concluded from today's order paper, as well as the business indicated in the notice paper. The tentative business for the morning sitting on Wednesday, 9th September 2026, will include questions to cabinet secretaries as approved by the Senate Business Committee, as well as motions. The questions scheduled are those to the following cabinet secretaries. 1, Ministry of Roads and Transport. 2, Ministry of Cooperatives and Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development. Mr. Speaker, sir, the tentative business for the afternoon sitting on Wednesday, 9th September 2026 will include business not concluded from Tuesday's order paper and the following. Bills of the Committee of the Whole, the Health Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 12 of 2025, Sports Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 33 of 2024, the Agricultural Produce Minimum Guaranteed Returns, Senate Bills number 17 of 2025, the National Construction Authority Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 15 of 2025, the Environmental Management and Coordination Amendment Bill, Senate National Assembly Bills number 66 of 2023, the OTSIM Management Bill, Senate Bills number 19 of 2025, the County Government Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 14 of 2025, and the Community Health Promoters Bill, National Assembly Bill number 53 of 2022. Projected business for Tuesday, 10 September 2026 will include business not concluded on Wednesday, 9th September 2026, and any other business scheduled for the Senate Business Committee. In conclusion, as honorable senators are aware, the Senate is scheduled to proceed on recess at rise of the Senate today, the Thursday, 6th August 2026, in accordance with the Senate calendar. I therefore take this opportunity to wish honorable members a restful recess as you take time to interact with constituents and reconnect with friends and relatives. I look forward to seeing you in September with renewed energy for the task that remains ahead. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I hereby table on the table of the Senate this statement on behalf of Senator Aaron Cheruiyot, EGH MP, Senate Majority Leader. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Dr. Lelengwe. Now, Honorable Senators, you recall that earlier on I made a communication from the National Assembly with certain directions, including directives to the Committee on Finance, and I will therefore reorganize the order paper so that we deal with other issues, including petition and papers, and there will be a supplementary order paper that will be circulated. You will equally have it in your gadgets for purposes of that communication from the National Assembly. And therefore, Clerk, I'll ask you call out order number 4.
Order number 4, petitions.
Senator Lelengwe.
Mr. Speaker, this is a public petition on the review of Mount Nyiro forest boundaries, human settlement, livelihoods, and historical land injustices in Samburu County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I read the petition. We, the undersigned residents and citizens of Kenya residing within Mount Nyiro area of Samburu County, through the Office of the Senator for Samburu County, Senator Lelengwe Tumbesi, I draw the attention of the Senate on the following. 1, that Mount Nyiro Forest, situated within Samburu County, situated within Samburu North Sub-County in Samburu County, is a government gazetted forest and recognized national water tower, gazetted in the year 1956 during the colonial administration period. 2, that the forest occupies approximately 45,193 hectares of land and serves as an important ecological, cultural, and environmental resource for the people of Samburu County and the nation at large. 3, that the forests and the surrounding mountain areas hold deep cultural, spiritual, and traditional significance to the Samburu community, including sacred cultural sites such as Kosikosi Shrine, which forms part of the community's heritage and identity. 4, that the current forest boundary perimeter extends approximately 120 kilometers around the foot of the mountain, with an additional 4 kilometers cut line established as a protective zone for water catchment areas and valuable trees species. 5, that the top line area covering approximately 9,797 hectares acts as a buffer zone between human settlement, livestock, grazing areas, and the protected forest ecosystem. That the population residing around the Mount Nyiro area has significantly increased over the years and currently comprises approximately 41,893 residents. B, 23,953 heads of cattle. C, 28,980 goats. D, 4,654 camels. E, 3,225 donkeys. And F, an increasing wildlife population competing for the same ecological resources. 7, that since the gazettement of Mount Nyiro Forest in 1956, the population within the surrounding areas has significantly increased, leading to the establishment and expansion of permanent human settlements and critical public infrastructure along the forest boundaries, including schools, homes, churches, health facilities, administrative offices, roads, and electricity infrastructure necessary for socio-economic development and public service delivery. 8, that the continued growth of the population and social amenities within the area demonstrate the evolving settlement realities and development needs of the local communities, hereby necessitating a balanced review of land use, conservation boundaries, and human settlement planning to promote sustainable ecosystem coexistence between environmental conservation and community livelihoods. 9, that the growing human population coupled with increased livestock numbers and changing settlement patterns has exerted immense pressure on available settlement land, grazing areas, water access, and social infrastructure within the region. 10, that the residents contend that the gazettement and establishment of Mount Nyiro forest boundaries in 1956 occurred during colonial administration without adequate public participation, community consultation, or informed consent of the indigenous residents who historically occupied and utilized the land. 11, that the petitioners believe that the continued reliance on colonial-era administrative boundaries without periodic review has contributed to land pressure, settlement challenges, and recurring conflicts between conservation objectives and community livelihood needs. 12, that the petitioners are concerned that the failure to review, harmonize the forest boundaries, settlements, zones, and conservation policies may adversely affect peaceful coexistence, sustainable development, food security, public service expansion, settlement security, and socio-economic livelihoods within the area. 13, that failure to address the challenging demographic and infrastructural realities surrounding Mount Nyiro Forest may continue to create uncertainty over land use, settlement security, public service expansion, and future development planning within the affected area. That the Constitution of Kenya 2010 recognizes the principles of public participation, equitable development, protection of marginalized communities, historical land injustices, environmental conservation, and sustainable utilization of natural resources under Article 10, 27, 42, 56, 60, 63, 67, 69, and 174. 15, that the issues raised in this petition are not pending before any court of law, tribunal, or constitutional body. 16, that the petitioners have made every effort to have the matters addressed by the Ministry of Environment, Forestry, and Climate Change, the National Land Commission, and the Ministry of Lands, but no satisfactory response has been received to date. Wherefore, your humble petitioners pray to the Senate. 1, inquires into the historical establishment, gazettement, and current status of the Mount Nyiro forest boundaries and buffer zones. 2, facilitate a comprehensive intergovernmental review of existing forest boundaries arrangements, settlement patterns, and land utilization within Mount Nyiro area. 3, recommends structural public participation involving residents, conservation agencies, county government, cultural leaders, and national government institutions regarding any proposed boundary review or settlement planning. 4, recommends an independent environmental and economic impact assessment on the effects of current forest boundaries on human settlement, grazing, water access, livelihoods, and public infrastructure. 5, recommends consideration of the 4-kilometer cut line area for harmonized community settlement and controlled land use planning while safeguarding critical water catchment and ecological zones. 6, recommends measures to address historical land injustices arising from colonial era forest gazettement processes that excluded indigenous community participation. 7, recommends development of sustainable coexistence of framework balancing environmental conservation, water tower protection, wildlife preservation, and infrastructural development and the socio-economic rights of local communities. 8, recommends establishment of clear policies for settlement planning, grazing management, infrastructure development, and environmental conservation within Mount Nyiro and surrounding areas, and make any other recommendation or take any action it deems fit in interest of the environmental sustainability, historical justice, peace, coexistence, infrastructural development, and protection of livelihoods in Samburu County. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senate Majority Leader, take the nearest seat from where you are, or cross over to your seat. Now, Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 238-1, I commit the petition to the Standing Committee on Land, Environment, and Natural Resources for consideration. In terms of Standing Order 238-2A, the committee is required in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of reading the prayer to table its report in the Senate for consideration. The Senate shall thereafter consider the report of the committee. I thank you. So, Clerk, you will call out order number 5 for purposes of Senator Faki to table the paper.
Order number 5, papers.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to table the report of the Standing Committee on Finance, Budget on its consideration of the National Assembly amendments to the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, Senate Bills number 8 of 2026. I thank you.
Clerk, call order number 8. And for purposes of noting, honorable members, that is the supplementary order paper. We are calling order number 8.
Order number 8, motion, consideration of the National Assembly amendments to the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, Senate Bills number 8 of 2026.
Senator Faki.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the National Assembly amendments to the County Government Additional Allocations Bill, Senate Bills number 8 of 2026, be now considered. Thank you.
You need to call a seconder.
I call upon Senator Mungatana to second.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to second the report by the committee, our Senate Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker, in seconding this report, I would like to bring to the attention of the House that we had previously considered and passed the amounts of money that we were going to pay, to be paid to our counties. But we are informed that some more money has been made available, and our Finance Committee has considered those amendments which increase the previous amounts that we had already considered and passed. So in seconding this report, I would just appeal to honorable members to be comfortable that what is being amended is to the advantage of counties. We are getting more money for the counties than what had been previously passed. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I beg to second. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, I now proceed to propose the question that the National Assembly amendments to the County Government Additional Allocations Bill, Senate Bills number 8 of 2026, be now considered. Senator, you may come in, Senator Wambua. Senator Kisang, take your seat. Honorable Senators, this being a procedural one, and we will shortly be proceeding to the Committee of the Whole for consideration. I will, subject of course with your concurrence, proceed to put the question. Now, Honorable Senators, I now put the question that the National Assembly amendments to the County Government's Additional Allocations Bill, Senate Bills number 8 of 2026 be now considered. And once we go to the Committee of the Whole, the House will consider that particular question. Now we will call the next order. Now, Honorable Senators, I will proceed to put the question that the National Assembly amendments to the County Government's Additional Allocation Bill, Senate Bills number 8 of 2026, be now considered. Honorable Senators, will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, motion, the County Fiscal Performance Measurement Index, CFPMI Report 2026.
Majority Leader, you will proceed to move that particular motion.
Nini? Badai. We'll do it together. Relax.
Mr. Speaker, sir. I beg to move the motion, which is a County Fiscal Performance Measurement Index, CFPMI report of 2026, that the Senate notes the County Fiscal Performance Measurement Index CFPMI Report 2026, laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 6th of August 2026. Mr. Speaker, this is a huge and an important milestone for the Senate, like I observed this morning when we retreated to the parliamentary gardens and made this report formally available to the public. And I wish, Mr. Speaker, to point members to the information which I believe has now been circulated, if I'm not wrong, because I was promised that it will be done over lunch hour. The version of this report is in our platforms, the official one. And I know, Mr. Speaker, that our media people will actually share it with the ladies and gentlemen of the press, because this is a step in the right direction for the Senate. Many times on the floor of this House, over the years, Senator Fatuma Dulo will know, Senator Moses Kajwang, there have been all manner of accusations made against county governments by senators on the floor of this House. This county has done this one has done the other, and sometimes it's true, sometimes it's politics. And because we are political animals, Mr. Speaker, you cannot regulate what people will sometimes say or allude to in their presentations of matters. And therefore, for a long time, the work of the Senate was relegated to the political arena in terms of a fair assessment of the performance of county governments, as such that when a matter is handled at the Senate, people will believe and say, don't worry, those members were just politicking, because many people believed that we were not actually being genuine in the concerns. On many occasions, Mr. Speaker, people will imagine that maybe you have a political score to pick with your opponent, or rather, you're setting up the ground for those that are interested in running to be county governors. And many have used this platform. We have many governors who are in office today, and some of the things that are happening in their counties are things that they used to complain during their time on the floor of this House. There are even legislations that have been proposed by county senators during their time when they were senators. For one reason or the other, let's say they never saw the light of day. But nothing prevents you, as a county governor, from actualizing. You'd think about my good friend, say, the governor of Nandi. When we served with him on the floor of this House, Mr. Speaker, he had a very important legislation that was supported overwhelmingly by members of this House, then referred to as something akin to the county management committee that would bring together the county assembly, the county senator, the county governor. And in the proposed legislation, actually, I think the senator was the chairperson of the monitoring and evaluation committee of the performance of the county government. Of course, when it went to the National Assembly, those days, given how frosty the relationship was between the two houses, Mr. Speaker, it never saw the light of day. So subsequently in 2017, he was elected governor. And many times we joke about it when we meet. Why can't you just go ahead and implement what you had envisioned as a senator? Because in any case, nothing prevents you from forming such a committee. But of course, politics being what it is, Mr. Speaker, it is not something that is feasible to many county governors. If many of them, as you can recall at this time, barely see eye to eye with the county deputy governors. In fact, I don't know, members, if you can keep track. Somebody needs to monitor for us how many governors still talk to their deputies. All I can think of from nearly around all the counties that I know fairly well and follow. I know Kisumu is a good example. My good friend Owili has remained very respectful, and they still have a good and cordial relationship with Professor Peter Anyang' Nyong'o, the governor for Kisumu. But that's besides the point. the point and the basis I'm laying, Mr. Speaker, is that when politics gets in the way, then it becomes difficult, Mr. Speaker, to have an objective analysis of the performance of a county government. Yet, we are duty-bound. If you read Article 96, the constitutional instrument that sets up this House, Mr. Speaker, it is expected of us, the body and the spirit of that law, together with the letter, it makes the assumption that this shall be the House that protects the interest of county and their governments, Mr. Speaker. And part of the way in which we protect counties is to make sure that we push them to be effective. We make sure that we demand of them to be efficient in their service delivery. It still troubles me, Mr. Speaker, that nearly 15 years after the rollout of devolution, up to this date, national government, when you place before Mwananchi that there is a program that's supposed to be rolled out, and you say you have the choice to have this managed by the county government or the national government. Many times, 90% of the time in my experience, that I've asked, including the last time we had public participation on the sugar bill, Mr. Speaker. And remember the debate about what to do with the sugar levy, where the debate was, do we domicile it at Kera or leave these resources with the county government, Mr. Speaker? And if you go through the record of the response that citizens gave back to the Senate and our Committee on Agriculture, Mr. Speaker, you could see that there's still very limited appreciation on the capacity of our county governments, Mr. Speaker. While that is not unusual, given that counties are barely slightly over a decade, and they are being compared with a national government that has been in existence for close to 6 decades, Mr. Speaker, we are expected constitutionally, and even as leaders rallying up to the needs of their people, to develop frameworks and find ways and means, guided by policy, ways in which we can assess and push our county governments, Mr. Speaker, to perform better than what we are seeing today. And I want to say today is one of my proudest days on the floor of this House as a senator, Mr. Speaker, as we consider this report, how we have brought it before the House, what the Parliamentary Budget Office has led us into, Mr. Speaker, so that it becomes a beginning. And over the years, we can refine it and make it even better. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I am keen on listening to the thoughts of members who maybe, after a casual perusal of the report, may have an idea or two, Mr. Speaker, on how things can be made better from what the Parliamentary Budget Office has produced in this, Mr. Speaker, inaugural report. Mr. Speaker, we have to appreciate that in the world of intelligentsia, there is no idea that is silly. An idea can only be refined and be made better. And I appreciate that the director of the Parliamentary Budget Office, while launching the report this morning, informed us that this is not the opinion of anyone, that this is a summation of information that is publicly available, information that has been published by our various constitutional commissions, the Commission for Revenue Allocation, the Controller of Budget, the Auditor General, and the various government agencies, Mr. Speaker. And what they have done as a Parliamentary Budget Office is simply to analyze and assess and say what exactly exists in this particular report and what is it that we need to do to ensure that it reflects better on the performance of our county governments. And I like the fact that in this report, on all the indices that they have picked, they have actually ranked the performance of county governments based on each individual index, then finally the cumulative score that a county receives based on the various indices once they have been put together. This is a summation of the 2 financial years, which is financial year 2024, 2025, and financial year 2023, 2024. 2 out of the 4 financial years that our county governors, the current set of administrators, Mr. Speaker, have actually had an opportunity to oversee and manage the affairs of our various counties. Mr. Speaker, it is important for members to appreciate that while you go through this report and they explain the scoring mechanism, how they appreciated it, how they weighted, it is all featured in this particular, including the items that they have chosen to figure. Of course, number 1 is expenditure on development, which, according to Section 107(2) of the Public Finance Management, at the very least, Mr. Speaker, each county government is expected to spend 30% of the resources that we devolve to our counties in shareable revenue on development, actual development spend, if I may refer it that way. But the report that was presented today, and it featured 5 financial years from 2017, gave an average of all the 47 counties, Mr. Speaker, and you could see that the line was stabilizing at 50%, meaning, on average, all our counties, and this should trouble you, Senator Maruma, as a senator and also as an aspiring governor, that for all the resources that we struggle here, remember, number 1, the target is 30%. But number 2, the report is telling us that only 15%, which is only 50%, which is 15% of that amount, 50% of 30, ends up being spent on actual development. That means, of the fight that we had here early this year in the month of March, April, and we ended up agreeing on, I think, 420, was it 425 or 427? 428, Mr. Speaker, that only 15% of that resource ends up carrying out actual development activities in our counties. That should bother us as a House of Senate. And before the end of this, the term of this current 4th Senate, it is my hope, Mr. Speaker, that we will eventually actually find ways of addressing that gap, because you cannot sit pretty, put on your necktie, smile, and call yourself a senator in the Republic of Kenya, while only 15% of the shareable revenue ends up serving the people that send you to this house. We must rise up to the occasion, Mr. Speaker, and find a solution to that particular malady. Mr. Speaker, the second index that they have picked is on-source revenue generation. Of course, on account of SHA, every governor now reports huge amounts of on-source revenue. But if you remove the element of compensation to health facilities from the Social Health Authority, Mr. Speaker, that is where the real reality, though many would argue that the reason citizens are going to our hospitals, despite the fact that they are private hospitals, is because we have made them to be in good condition. That can be debated, Mr. Speaker. But that's besides the point. The point that I make, Mr. Speaker, is that we need to see the balance of the various on-source revenue channels in our counties, so that you don't have a county government reporting 800 million in on-source revenue, yet 700 million of it is compensation from the Social Health Authority, Mr. Speaker. While that is commendable, and we must appreciate, that's why I keep telling many people that remain cynical about the performance of SHA to speak to county government and health workers, the administrators who run our hospital, to compare the experience simply on account of compensation to public health institutions, what used to happen previously and what is happening currently under SHA, Mr. Speaker. Today is not a conversation about Social Health Authority, but I felt that will just be important. There's an index, Mr. Speaker, on the performance of on-source revenue, together with a chart on page 7, with the lowest county scoring 0.14, and you can see on the report that has been launched which are some of those counties that have lower scores, Mr. Speaker, and the counties that are performing good on that particular account, Mr. Speaker. There's a third index of audit opinion, and there was a debate earlier. For example, I think one of the senators was asking, how can my county poll so well in this result, yet I know they received an adverse opinion? And it was well explained, Mr. Speaker, that ONSO's revenue is only one of the indices that are being considered alongside the other ones. So that on the score of ONSO's revenue, on audit report alone, Mr. Speaker, a county government that had a low score on audit report or had actually an adverse opinion, for example, Mr. Speaker, then they would score really low. But chances are, when you put it cumulatively with the other indices, then their overall performance will come up. And the four measured instruments, the unqualified opinion, qualified, adverse, and disclaimer of opinion, have each been assigned a mark for which, when a county government scores it, Mr. Speaker, they will actually eventually be measured. And you'd find on that what is being granted in the 2 financial years. You'd pick a county, say, like Mombasa, which in 2023-2024 had a qualified opinion. Then in the subsequent year, they had an unqualified. And they have done that for the 2 arms of the county governments, both the executive and the county assemblies. And that is also part of the score. Then there is a pending bill obligations, which is quite a big debate. And over lunchtime, we engaged each other with the chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee, Senator Moses Kajwang, who said that there is need to better study this pending bill as an index and what it means on the performance of a county government, because some of them could be statutory remittance that haven't been issued. But nonetheless, Senator Kajwang, I'd wish you to keenly look and confirm to the House that of the county governors that came into office in 2022, in the month of September, if there is any that we can find who has reduced the pending bill obligations in their county government, nearly without fail, all have actually doubled. I think of almost every county whose books I have followed keenly, that you find a county governor came into office while the pending bill was 500 or 600 million shillings. Today is upwards of $1 billion plus, including for smaller counties that you're wondering what that will mean. And that is a worrying trend, Mr. Speaker, because it means, number one, you don't get competitive and competent contractors bidding for county works. No contractor in their sane mind would want to compete for a job which they know eventually, doesn't matter how well you do it, you are likely never going to get paid. Yet, we have to provide services for our people. And the list of the score is provided there, from Nyamira at 0.9 billion, Kisii 1.28, Migori 2.3, and on and so forth, the various counties on how they are performing. As of 30th, actually, June 2025, the pending bill obligations in our counties stood at 217.68 billion. Of course, this is such a huge figure, but I know nearly half of it, or slightly even more than half, is taken up by Nairobi, which carries a large share of pending bills for reasons that have been explained on the floor of this House many times. Expenditure on wages and benefits. Why is this important? This is such an important index to me, Mr. Speaker, because it shows the prudence in the management of public resources by a county governor. A governor who is excited by launching 200, 300, 400 young men and women saying, I have employed them to be revenue officers, to be I don't know this or the other, yet they impact hugely on the wage bill of a county, Mr. Speaker, pushing it beyond the mandatory 35% of Section 107(2) of the Public Finance Management, is a reckless person, and it means they don't appreciate the importance or the sacred responsibility that is before them. Because, Mr. Speaker, as a county government, you are the chief executive officer of that company, if we were to reduce it to be exactly that. The unfortunate thing is that when the reports were presented before this House towards the end of last financial year, there were counties actually that were pushing or edging closer to 60%. To me, I have said on the floor of this House, such a governor, you need to remove the signpost that shows the entrance to the office saying that you are entering the office of a governor, and just turn that signpost to read, you are now entering the office of the head of payroll. Because basically, if 60% of the shareable revenue you're receiving ends up paying county employees who form barely less than 0.05% of the population of the county, and they are gobbling up resources because a governor wants to play some petty politics to appear as if they have created employment, Mr. Speaker, is one of the indices that has been picked here on expenditure on wages and benefits. And we must decide, members, because this trend is getting worse by the day. As we speak today, nearly 60 to 70% of our counties are actually on upwards of 50%, meaning double digits of breach. And this is serious fiscal breach. It is not just a misdemeanor, because you would understand if a county was at 38%, 39, 40, but a county that is posting 45, 50%, Mr. Speaker, we must make a decision about what to do with such counties. We must, as a house, Senator Mogeni, you cannot call yourself senior counsel, yet you cannot lead us to find a solution, either legal or otherwise, of how we shall put our county governors to task on that particular score. Because for a county like yours, the county of Nyamira, I don't know what the percentage spent on this particular index is, 62%. That means Governor Nyaribo is not a governor. He's basically a payroll master. It is not a county government. That is an employment bureau. In a county such as Nyamira, where I was last week on Friday, and chances are I may be there tomorrow again, because there is something good I'm smelling in that county, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know Senator Mogeni may want to say something, but I'll not allow him at this point. I was just saying it is interesting to go to Nyamira right now because, you know, there were previously, Mr. Speaker, there was excitement in the air a few months back, but now the reality of Kenyan politics is sinking in and people are becoming more welcoming. That excitement has gone elsewhere also, Mr. Speaker, and those people will soon come back to earth. You know, that is the beauty of Kenyan politics. Mr. Speaker, you know, the other day, anyway, I don't want to digress because this is such an important report. But the point is, for those that are dreaming, it is good to dream. But when you dream, prepare. Don't go to a television and when you're asked what you'll do for Kenyans, you say, I'll hire people to tell me what to do. Anyway, that's not what we are discussing today. Mr. Speaker, the other index that is picked in this report is compliance to county assembly ceilings, which is the mandatory 7% for county assemblies. You know, we passed the law, members, I think early this year, on separation of the accounts of the county assemblies and the county executive. And part of the reason we did that was particularly to handle this CPMI score, to ensure that county governments, once they have separated the books between the legislature and the executive of a county government, the assembly will not come back and say, we are being harassed, this or the other. Compliance to this 7% is extremely important. And this is where perhaps some of our governors can plead that though you are saying I'm ranking number 40-something, it is on my own account alone. Because this is also part of the weighted indices, the performance of how a county assembly complies. And we will discuss later, Mr. Speaker, as we seek to improve on this report, where we want to make it part of the weight that leads to the determination of how a county government scores, or you want to separate it so that you handle only matters that are purely under the control of the county executive side, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, then it brings us to the overall ranking on those 5 items, the CFPMI, the development expenditure, on-source revenue, wages, pending bill obligation, audit opinion, county assembly expenditure. And you have the various scores that are being issued. Mombasa finishing at position 45, Kwale at position 5, Kilifi at 7, Tana River at 10, I think Lamu at 8, Taita Taveta at 36, Garissa 27, Wajir county number 4, and so on and so forth. It's listed in all those, Mr. Speaker, reports. And this is for 2023, 2024, and also the same is available in the report for county financial year 2024-2025. For example, a county like Mombasa, Senator Faki, I don't know if he's still in the house, I saw him earlier, while they finished in 2023-2024 in position 45, I think, if that is what I saw, yes. But in 2024-2025, I don't know what miracle the county government worked, they finished position 7. Kwale appears to have stabilized in the top 10. Number 7 in the previous financial year, number 10 on this particular score. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, this is an important exercise. I want to urge the country to reflect, look at it. This is what the Senate of the Republic has thought about in terms of its appreciation of issues, and it is my hope that the country will come back to us. This is important because this is science. You cannot argue with science. You know, Mr. Speaker, when you find some governors who knows their ways around the streets of Nairobi, they buy these pollsters and they end up ranking them. Occasionally you hear County X is the best performing governor, but you will never know what they are best at. And many times what they are best at is they are best at paying pollsters. For this one, Mr. Speaker, this is your own result. It's like an exam paper. You have been given, you have filled in the answers, the teacher has marked, and they have returned the papers and said, this is what you scored. And you cannot argue with it because these are the answers of what you gave. This is how the county governments have been managed in those 2 financial years. It is my hope that this will generate public interest and people will read, understand, and appreciate what the Senate of the Republic is doing. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, allow me to register my appreciation to the Parliamentary Budget Office, of course, the Director General there, Director Masinde. I am proud of the work and the team that he leads there. Extremely happy. When we interviewed him, I was in the commission those days when he interviewed to be director at PBO. He performed exceptionally well. And I appreciate the fact that during the time that he has led there, we have received such a groundbreaking report. I appreciate the gentleman that led this team that worked on the report. They are listed here. As you know, when our staffers do good things, we must celebrate them. Mr. Joseph Motonu, Dr. Evans Kiganda, who occasionally I saw as a perused and sought opinion, consulted here and there. Amran Yunis, who we continue to celebrate as a house. You will recall those of you that were here last term during the, what was it called? The 4th, Senator Cherargei, I'm missing the name. The formula. Yeah, that it was on Amran's laptop that we did all those permutations. And today she's still part and parcel of this team. We must celebrate such staffers. Abdirahman Gorod, CPA Kennedy Owoth, a good friend of mine that we play together on the Bunge FC team. Mr. Joseph Lekisima and CPA Cyril Mutali. This fiscal analyst from Parliament, the Parliamentary Budget Office, we celebrate you for your industry. May we have many such reports because that is what Kenyans expect of a parliament. Not just coming here to say, oh, my governor has done this or the other. Challenge them with the results from offices that do not listen to public opinion, but produce data, and data speaks the truth. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. With those very many remarks, I request the Senator for Homa Bay, Senator Moses Kajwang, to second. I beg to move and request that he seconds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Moses Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to second the motion that the Senate notes the County Fiscal Performance Measurement Index 2026 laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, the 6th of August 2026. Mr. Speaker, I just want to bring to the attention of my colleagues that the keyword there is to note. This is not a motion where we are saying we support or we oppose. We are noting the report as was tabled and as was presented earlier. Mr. Speaker, let me start by congratulating the Parliamentary Budget Office. It is an office that is comprised of very, very competent men and women. And Mr. Speaker, I am proud of them because in the Public Accounts Committee, they sit. I've got a gentleman called Salat, who is very industrious, has never missed any of our meetings, and is always giving us the right advice, the right analysis that makes our work easy. I want to congratulate Dr. Masinde and the entire team. Mr. Speaker, I've been of the view, and I tried to make that amendment in the last Senate, that this should not just be a parliamentary budget office. Maybe we should make it a parliamentary budget and audit office. Unfortunately, it is established under Section 10 of the PFM Act. This is one of the offices in Parliament that are established by statute. And I do recall there's a time we went to the United States and had a conversation with the National Council of State Legislatures to establish the jurisdiction in the state legislatures, how they deal with audit reports and budget matters. We realized that almost every other state legislature had a budget office and had an audit office. And Mr. Speaker, it has been my view that maybe one day we should expand the mandate of the PBO to go beyond budget and to look into audit matters. Mr. Speaker, in the past, we have used data that is probably subjective to rank or to rate the performance of counties. There are times when pollsters release their rankings, people tend to think that it is based on political popularity of the governor, rather than on the fundamentals that should be used to analyze performance of a county. Sometimes people cast aspersions and say that the pollsters have converted that industry into a commercial one, where a governor can procure a favorable ranking. And sometimes we rank governors and counties based on the public relations and the political smartness of the persons leading them. Now that we have done the first version of an objective county fiscal performance measurement using a data-driven approach, Mr. Speaker, I want to propose to colleagues that as we perfect this tool and as we go into the next conversation on formula for revenue sharing, we reinstate the fiscal responsibility index. Because now we have a means of measuring fiscal responsibility. In the first formula, there was a 2% that was ring-fenced for counties that demonstrated prudence in management of public resources. And as we went along, we deleted it. And so, Speaker, I was in that famous committee that came up with that formula, the committee that was chaired by then Senator Waitangula, co-chaired by then Senator Sakaja, that came up with a formula that ring-fenced an amount so that the small counties could not lose. It was a good political settlement. The verdict is still out whether it was the best and the most prudent settlement. Mr. Speaker, with this tool, it will be possible for us to ring-fence even 1 or 2% so that we reward the counties that have shown a tremendous effort in fiscal responsibility. This report tells us that those counties, number 1 is Embu, number 2 is Narok, number 3 is Wajir, number 4 is Kitui, number 5 is Kilifi. And this tool tells us that the worst county in terms of fiscal responsibility is Kisumu, followed by Kakamega, followed by Busia, followed by Bomet, followed by Nairobi City. I don't know whether evidence on the ground corresponds with this report, but I will leave it to members of the Senate to deal with the report and give the observations that they have. Mr. Speaker, the 7 parameters that the Parliamentary Budget Office used, the Leader of Majority has listed them, are county pending obligations, what we call pending bills or trade payables, development and recurrent expenditure, expenditure on wages and benefits, county assembly spending, budget implementation efficiency, on-source revenue, and audit opinions. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me speak to how we can improve this report. I think it is good because it is a first report. It is good because you have made an effort. It is good because instead of sitting in a closed, dark room, we have decided to come out and do an objective rating. But as we go along, Mr. Speaker, I want us to address the issue of data, the underlying data that we are using to make these assessments. Honorable members, if you have the detailed report, not the citizens' version or the popular version, I would bring your attention to page 80 of that report. One of the parameters is on how counties were ranked by the Auditor General. And the Auditor General in the financial statements can give a county an unqualified opinion, a qualified opinion, an adverse opinion, or a disclaimer of opinion. Mr. Speaker, this is where the problem begins. On page 80 of this report, we are told that the following counties have demonstrated a consistent pattern of clean audits and full compliance with performance benchmarks, and that each of these counties received an unqualified audit opinion indicating that their financial statements are free from material misstatements and conform to public sector accounting standards. Mr. Speaker, the report lists Cheruiyot had an adverse opinion, but it is listed as one that had an unqualified opinion. The report lists Bomet. Bomet had pages, acres of audit opinions. Bungoma, Kitui, Kwale, Trans Nzoia, Turkana, which we declared a crime scene, and West Pokot. Mr. Speaker, the data was not very accurate. The only county executive that had an unqualified opinion in the last 2 years was Makueni County. These other counties that are listed here have benefited from erroneous data. And as a result, on that index, they have scored 100%, a full one. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to check the data set that we are dealing with, because if there is a problem with the data, then the results might also be erroneous. We could have done a little bit of a peer review, and some of the members of committees that look at these numbers on a day-to-day basis would have probably pointed that out. But as we said, this is the first report. We can only improve. At least we have had the courage to do something. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the indicators, the first one, counties are ranked on budget implementation performance. But having looked at the financial statements of all the counties, budget implementation performance is at times affected by late exchequer releases. And we have seen cases where a county tells you that we were not able to fulfill our budget because the last disbursement came on the date of closure of financial year. I am glad, and I must commend the Treasury on this, that in the financial year that we closed, counties received their last disbursement, I think on average on the 25th of June. Mr. Speaker, in the past, counties were receiving their disbursements, their final disbursements, on 1st, 2nd, 3rd, up to 15th of July. I must congratulate the Treasury that they have reduced that so that all disbursements are coming within the financial year. However, it is still a violation of the cash disbursement schedule, which we have passed as a Senate. And I hope that progressively counties will be getting their money as per the timelines in the disbursement schedule. So you might find that you might take an entire budget execution report and do not factor in the issue of exchequer releases. Again, Mr. Speaker, there is a disconnect between the reports that the Control of Budget has and the report of the Auditor General, and we must make sure they tie. In my view, the most authoritative should be the report of the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the other index, is expenditure on development. Section 107(2) of the Public Finance Management Act requires county governments to allocate at least 30% of their total budgets to development expenditure. When we wrote the PFM, we included a very curious phrase in between. We said that in the medium term, counties shall allocate at least 30% of their total budgets to development expenditure. And I've had clever governors who have come before my committee telling me, okay, fine, it should be 30%, but go back to the PFM. It says in the medium term. And then they ask you, so define for us what medium term means. Of course, we tell them it's as per the medium term expenditure framework, but there are governors who are convinced that that is a progressive target. But, Mr. Speaker, the question is, if you say that County X allocated 30% to development, and County Y allocated just 5% to development, for example, the question is development just infrastructure? Is it just capex? Is it just brick and mortar? Is it just the roads? Is health service delivery development? Is early childhood education development? Is provision of agricultural extension services development? And that is a question that we must ask, because if we look at services as constituting development, if we take that kind of framework, then we might realize that the percentages we are talking about could be different. There are counties with service pressure. A county like Kisumu, Nairobi, Mombasa. These are generally service-oriented counties. And that is why the formula that we had before the current formula was based on service provision. Mr. Speaker, another question would be whether we should be measuring performance against budget or performance against revenue. Of course, the PFM is clear that it is a percentage of budget, not a percentage of revenue. If you go to the third indicator, Mr. Speaker, is on-source revenue performance. Now, the PBO has done an analysis by comparing OSR performance as actual revenue collections against annual targets. As a result, there is a county called, I think, Wajir and Turkana that has gotten 100%. So it is the best in that measure. But if you look at the amounts in totality, the amounts are very small. I think even this is one of the reasons why Embu has ranked very highly, because Embu seems to have achieved their budget. Yeah, Embu had 100% realization. So Embu is being seen as the best. But what is their on-source revenue as a percentage of total revenue? That is a better indicator. And I hope that PBO are listening so that we can improve this in future. Instead of just doing comparing actual against budget, counties sometimes under budget, sometimes over budget. That is a moving target. It is not scientific. The best indicator is assessing actual OSR as a percentage of total revenue. But even before you do that, you must deduct the Facility Improvement Fund. You must deduct FIF. Mr. Speaker, our good neighbor Kiambu has shown they've grown their revenue to 5 billion, 6 billion, but 70% of that is from hospitals. I think 80% is from hospitals. Even my county, Homa Bay, and several other counties. So if you take the numbers in totality and compare them to budget, you might reach the wrong conclusion. PBO in the next cycle, let's take OSR as a percentage of total revenue. Let's take OSR as a factor of a county's gross product, as a factor of the county's GCP. We put this question to the governor of Murang'a. Murang'a is collecting less than Homa Bay County. And we told the governor of Murang'a, if your interventions in agriculture are really working, then we should be seeing an increase in collection. Murang'a's GCP is higher than Homa Bay's GCP. How come Murang'a is collecting less? And I think the governor told us he was collecting about 0.2% of GCP, which is below optimum. So let's assess OSR as a factor of a county's GCP. Let's assess OSR as a factor of the county's potential. And Senator Cherargei in my committee always asks this question. He always asks this question. He asked the Parliamentary Budget Office, what is the potential, the OSR potential of the county? Those are better indicators. And Mr. Speaker, again, let us look at the effect of accrual accounting on OSR, because in Nairobi reported land rates of almost 13 billion. It was not actual money. It was accrued revenues. due to change of accounting principles, all of a sudden there was 10 billion. Accrued meaning you owe the county, so the county treats it as something that should be collected. Mr. Speaker, I want to be very fast looking at the time. Audit opinion, I have talked about it, that the data set is flawed. If you look at the popular version on page 9 and 10 and read it alongside the main report on page 80, you will find that Turkana is said to have an unqualified opinion, and yet the data there indicates that it was qualified. It's only the county assembly that was unqualified. You will find that Kericho is said to be unqualified, yet it was adverse. It's the county assembly that was unqualified. So we need to ensure that we have the right data. Let me come to the second last one is on pending obligations or pending bills. Mr. Speaker, the most accurate, the most scientific measure of this, which is in the PFM Act and Regulation, is on debt to revenue ratio. Mr. Speaker, PFM Regulation 251-225-1D says county public debt shall not exceed 20% of total revenue. That is the best indicator. It is not about what percentage of the total pending bills, the universal pending bills a county has. That is a fairly weak basis of assessment. Again, we could have looked at the age of the debt. There are some counties like Kilifi that had a debt of 4 billion, and that debt arose from a late exchequer release. There are counties who have almost 4 billion in terms of debt that is 3 years old. There are counties that still have statutory deductions that have not been remitted. Mr. Speaker, finally, on wages and benefits, perhaps we need to be looking at the per capita cost rather than just the percentage. We must look at what percentage of wages is paid outside IFMIS. We must look at the composition of casuals versus actual employees. We must look at total number of employees against revenue and ensure that we have a proper definition of revenue, because we are usually fighting with the Auditor General and counties. Governor Orengo came to our committee and argued that the denominator should be the budget. We read for him the Act and regulations. He agreed it should be revenue, but when it came to revenue, the Auditor General only considered the CRF and did not include the receiver of revenue and other conditional grants. On compliance to county assembly ceiling, Mr. Speaker, the interpretation here is a bit problematic. The regulations require 7% or no more than twice the personnel emoluments. But this Senate has consistently raised the ceilings, and we raised the ceilings in Kara. And we have prosecuted that matter, and we have agreed that Kara is an act of parliament. So it is superior to regulation. And as a result, the average allocation to county assemblies right now is between 10 to 11% and not the 7%. And when you see a county here that is doing 7%, a county that is ranking number 1, like Garissa, like Nairobi, like Mombasa, like Wajir, you know that the county assembly is oppressed. Mr. Speaker, this report can be improved, but it's a good starting point. We now know the laggards and the leaders, but I believe that the next report will be much, much more comprehensive. Mr. Speaker, to allow my colleagues to contribute, I wish to second and urge the Senate to note the report that has been moved by Senator, to note the report that has been moved by the majority leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the Senate notes County Fiscal Performance Measurement Index report laid on the table of the Senate on Thursday, 6th August 2026. Senator Osotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to make my comments on the report on County Physical Performance Measurement Index. Mr. Speaker, just like my colleagues have said, this is an important step because when I entered this Senate, I was of the view that we need to get to a point where we can be able to logically and factually review the performances of our counties and be able to rank, because Senate had left this work to pollsters and all manner of people who are not properly regulated. And sometimes you would get misleading information. Even the Controller of Budget in its report has been giving some form of ranking, particularly on matters to do with budget implementation. Sometimes this ranking is very subjective because it's only based on one parameter, which is budget implementation and issues like budget absorption. But this is a good attempt. This is a very good attempt, and I want to note that I think the person who brought this motion was very careful in drafting the motion, because the motion is to note the report, but not to approve. I am saying that because looking at this report and listening to the colleagues who have spoken before me, clearly this report is work in progress. And I want to encourage the Budget Office to continue polishing up this report so that we can have a good report that we can subject to the public. This report as it is now, with the gaps that are there, I don't think it will be right for Senate with our credibility to now release this report to the public. This is going to be a disaster. I want to agree with Senator Kajwang that the data set that is used in this report is questionable. Some of the counties that have been ranked to be doing very well on audit performance are actually the worst counties, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, on that basis of data set alone, I want to encourage the office, the Budget Office, to review what they have done and submit to us a proper report that we can release to the public. But without telling them that they have not done a good job. This is a good attempt. This is a good attempt. What is required is polishing. Mr. Speaker, as I go through the 7 indicators, you realize that there is some polishing that needs to be done. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I've been very curious about this report is to find out whether there was public participation for this report. I mean, it would be very wrong for Senate, as a respected house, to release a report that has not been subjected to public participation. We will be operating unconstitutionally, Mr. Speaker. I expected that this report should have been subjected to stakeholders. We have stakeholders like our counties, stakeholders like Control of Budget, Commission for Revenue Allocation, and the general public, so that they can have views on how measurement of performance of our counties is going to be done. Without public participation, Mr. Speaker, I think this report is works in progress, and I want to recommend that once we note this report, it should be taken back to the Budget Office for panel beating, so that eventually we have a report that is respected, a report that can even form the basis of our revenue sharing, so that we can now say counties that are ranking very high, let those counties be compensated sufficiently based on the ranking. If you look at this ranking that has been done, assuming the, just literally, if I'm not questioning the data set, some of the counties who are in the bottom are actually the counties which are receiving higher shareable revenue. So are we going to continue giving counties which are performing poorly more money? Or we are going to invest in counties which are performing higher? I would want to encourage that this particular tool be improved upon, be accepted through stakeholder engagement, and then the tool be used as a variable in our formula for shareable revenue when we revise the formula after 4 years. Is it 5 years? Mr. Speaker, let me just comment on the 7 indicators that have been put here. There is an indicator on pending obligations. I think this indicator is very subjective. You cannot say that the pending obligation indicator is going to be the ratio of county pending bills compared to the total counties pending bills. What does Vihiga has to do with the other counties? You cannot say because Vihiga is owing pending bills is, for example, 1 billion, and the total pending bills is 50 billion, then you, on the basis of that, you are going to compute the variable for pending bill obligation. I think this should be looked at. It's very subjective, but it also gives another picture about the pending bill problem in the counties. Apart from Lamu, all the other counties are in the red. They are all in the red. In the category D, there are a D score. That tells you how serious the issue of pending bill in our counties. All our counties have challenges with pending bills. But that computation must be reviewed to make it sensible, because it's not making sense, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the variable on audit outcome, to me, having been the chair of CIPIC, I want to say that this indicator is insufficient, because they have only picked the indicator for county executive reports. But there are other reports in the counties, Mr. Speaker. We have entities in the county. We have special funds in the county. I think we needed amalgamation of all these reports so that we can have a bigger picture. Because there are some counties which may be performing well on the county executive reporting, financial reporting. But when you go to entities like water companies, hospitals, you go to municipalities, you go to special funds, you find that there is a huge problem. So on that basis alone, I think this needs to be looked at. And again, the data set that has been used is questionable. Those counties which has been ranked as having a modified opinion, I know them. I have looked at their report. Most of them are not a modified opinion. And again, Mr. Speaker, there is also another variable which is important when it comes to auditing. That every year in the audit report, the Auditor General indicates the unresolved audit issues. And many counties are not doing very well in dealing with the prior year matters. you find that prior year matters remain unresolved for a long time. I think that aspect of unresolved prior year matters must, whether you have an unmodified opinion or you have an adverse opinion, must be a key aspect of this indicator. Because some counties get this audit report, they do nothing about it, they appear before the Senate makes a recommendation, and they come the following year with the same issues not having been resolved. That means that we need to do something so that we ensure that counties, when Auditor General raises issues or Senate raises issues, those issues are addressed before the report for the subsequent year. So this particular variable, Mr. Speaker, in my considered opinion, is inadequate and is very subjective, and something has to be done to make sense to it. On the matter of on-source revenue, I want to agree with Senator Kajwang. We should not be looking at the targets which have been set up by counties. We should look at the revenue potential of each county. It should be based on the revenue potential. And the CRA does these reports all the time. So that if the revenue potential of my county, for example, Vihiga, is 2 billion, and they are only able to collect 350 million, is the indicator on wages and benefits, because this has simply picked on data that is available for wage bill. The indicator on development expenditure, which my county is rating very badly, is on category D, Vihiga County. Again, I think this indicator should also look at project implementation. I mean, I tell you, on paper, you will see the county has spent this amount of money against the budget. So the absorption rate is very high. But on the ground, Mr. Speaker, when you go and check those projects, some of those projects are not there, or they are poorly done, or they are not completed. So this indicator should also have looked at project assessment and evaluation. And as Senator Kajwang has said, we must also look at services. How do you rate services in that case? So again, there is a lot of work that needs to be done on the indicator of development expenditure. Madam Speaker, I also expected that this index will consider a very important area of governance. Governance is very important, and I think that's where the problem in our counties are. If you look at audit reports that are generated by the Office of Auditor General, quite a number of issues are raised around the issue of compliance to the law, compliance to the standards, and that has a lot to do with governance. So the issue of governance, this index should find a way of incorporating it so that we get to know which counties are faring well in terms of governance. For example, the anti-corruption policies and regulations, that would be important, and how they are implemented and complied to. That would be an important indicator that will add value to this. On the issue of budget absorption, I think let's not be lazy the way the Office of the Control Budget has been lazy, where they rank counties based on budget absorption, and yet some of these counties receive money late in the day, and they can't do much. When the government delays to release money to the counties, And then now you come and say budget absorption. This county did not use money. And yet the counties received money late. Some receive even as we are talking now. Some counties have not received their full money. And they will still be rated on the budget absorption. So that is an issue that needs to be looked at. I also expect that this index will also rank counties on the devolved functions. We want to know how counties are faring in health, how they are faring in water, how they are faring in agriculture, how they are faring in ECDs, how they are faring all the devolved functions. Then it will make sense to us. So in essence, as I complete, Mr. Speaker, this report is work in progress. I don't want to say it's a bad report. It is a good attempt. We need to send it back to the budget office to do panel beating. And I hope they are listening to us, so that when they come back to us, they come back to us with a proper report that has gone through public participation and a report that will be respected by county governments. Because this report as it is now, Mr. Speaker, if you take it to outside there, I don't think Senate will have a face. It is still raw, and a lot of work needs to be done to make it better. The indicator on budget implementation efficiency, it is also worrying because it is based on the actual budget implemented against the total approved budget. Mr. Speaker, that is not how you can run counties, because you know what happens in counties. You can have a project A costing this amount of money in the budget, and then they spend this amount of money. Expenditure alone is not adequate for you to rate the counties. The issue of physical verification of the project is key, and that must be integrated in this index. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I want to request that this report be taken back to the budget office, and they should follow the law. They need to engage the stakeholders in public participation for their input, and then they come back to us with a complete report that is making sense, and that will be an important tool for us to assess the performance of our counties. I support, because the motion is talking about noting. On the aspect of the motion, I say yes. But on the aspect of the substance of the report, I say that this report is work in progress. It should be improved further. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Osoti, you meant you've taken note of it. Honorable Senators, you will indulge with me. Speaker Muma is supposed to take over the chair, and I will have to jump the list and allow her to contribute. Then we can go back to the list as it was. Senator Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, members, for indulging me. Honorable Speaker, I rise first to commend the Senate Secretariat for this report, and Honorable Speaker and Honorable Senators, I'm one of those people who finds it so difficult to see all these opinion polls in the newspapers about the best performing governor, the best performing senator, and nobody ever gives us a criteria on how they are ranking performance. I have once spoken when I saw a release by Mzalendo of performance of senators, and I actually asked, Mzalendo was quoted by some pollster, and I asked Mzalendo what criteria did you use to rank performance of senators? And I found that most of the pollsters do not use the real parameters that define the work of a senator or the work of a governor when awarding these marks. And I think it's a good work in progress that the Senate is thinking of finding a scientific way of scoring performance of counties. Now, looking at this report, the parameters that have been taken into account to determine the rankings that have been provided in this report include the Constitution, the PFMA, and the County Governments Act. And the indicators that have been taken into, or the indicators that were factored were about seven indicators. That is total budget implementation, development expenditure, on-resource revenue, county wage benefits, pending obligations, and county assembly expenditure. Honorable Speaker, it is my view that the report is a good first step, but it is not adequate for purposes of the Senate carrying out its oversight job over the counties. I would have wanted to see, and I wish before going out there to pick what the Auditor General, what the Controller of Budget, Kenya Bureau of Statistics had done, I wish they had circulated the tool they were using to collect indicators to the different committees in order for those committees to enhance those tools in order for us to be able to properly evaluate whether counties are delivering on their functions. Why do I say this? Honorable Speaker, the governors and the counties can only be evaluated on the basis on how they're delivering services on the functions that have been assigned to them. Those functions are in the fourth schedule. I would have wanted to see the indicators we have given, sectoral indicators, that would enable us to go granular in order to be able to see how they have delivered. But the overall amalgamation of a development budget misses the point because of our experience in the committees. Honorable Speaker, I sit in the Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations Committee, and I'd like to report the Urban Areas and Cities Act, which is part of the devolution laws, was not included in these indicators. And yet that is one of the laws that is least implemented. So for us to have scored overally based on what has been factored as development budget without going down to see whether county governments appreciate what their roles are under the fourth schedule, we completely miss the point. Honorable Speaker, I also sit in the Education Committee. I would like to inform this Senate that in the Education Committee, the county governments have spent hundreds of millions on bursaries on a function that is not theirs. But they have neglected implementation of VTCs and the ECDE. They have completely ignored the implementation of childcare institutions. Now, when we take, and we have found that in the budgets, they will factor very huge amounts of development budget on ECDE, but when it comes to implementation, they do extremely poorly, and they redeploy those monies elsewhere. Where do you pick this? If you just pick what they deployed in the budget towards the development budget, but you don't follow up on how this happened, we completely miss the point. So this Senate, I would have liked to see this report say, these are the functions, the county governments are doing well on implementation of this function, they are misapplying their funds towards other functions, they have put nothing on this other function, and they are doing well on intergovernmental relations in the following matter. Again, which brings to point that we also have the Intergovernmental Relations Act, which is part of the devolution laws. This report did not measure the possibilities of how intergovernmental relations and cooperation and collaboration is contributing towards service delivery in each of the counties. Honorable Speaker, I would have wanted to see also a demarcation between the own resource, true own resource. I would have liked to see the granular determination of what comprises own resource in each of these counties. I would have wanted to see the conditional grants and the additional allocations and how these have been spent. So even as we speak broadly, Honorable Speaker, I feel that this can only be the beginning. And the picture it's giving is not a picture that would help the Mwananchi to measure whether their county is properly performing unless we start looking to be able to say, when it comes to the health sector, we think the performance has been as follows, and of the 47 counties, this one has done best, this one has done badly, this one has misapplied, this one has, we should be able to do this. We should be able to do the same in agriculture. We should be able to do the same when it comes to industry. We should be able to do the same when it comes to ECDE. And I feel this report is too broad and too general for us to be able to say, we can truly say it is a good measure to determine performance. So it has some science, but I can assure you that science is too broad to be able to deliver to the Mamamboga in Kakamega County or in Nairobi a reason as to why they are in a place where they are, why they are paying multiple taxes or levies. It is not good enough to be able to explain why the road network in one county is better than the road network in another county. So I am not trashing this report. I think it is a good place to begin. But I wish this will take into account the fact that the oversight is carried out by the 67 senators. And the tools to define how we do oversight should have been done in a participatory manner for the 67 senators in their individual capacities, and the committees as committees to be able to give guidance around the individual functions as provided for in the fourth schedule, in order for us to be able to say, now we have a broad criteria, we have an objective criteria that can assist us to be able to measure with objectivity on what is happening. Honorable Speaker, budgets, in my view, in my little experience in the committees, I have consistently found out that the county governments operate on supplementary budget after supplementary budget, which means that the overall big budget that they actually produce is more or less for the show. Because when you go to look at the detail on how they're expending those budgets, you find that there are so many changes around the implementation activities. Honorable Speaker, it would have been good if we did this policy to be able to also guide, pick indicators on how well the county governments are able to guide the implementation of functions from developing county policies, county strategies, annual work plans, and following them to the letter. I don't see that in the committees where I sit. I see very little of that. And you hear a lot of changing of implementation parameters as we go along. This report should have helped us to bring that out and to put it in check. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I am disturbed that they simply picked the county assembly expenditure and added it to the county, to what is happening. In my view, our assessment or any oversight about the county assembly should be about the county assembly deliverables. And the county assembly deliverables are the laws that the counties pass, the policies that the counties pass, the guidelines that the counties pass, and whether they pass them in a timely manner to facilitate the executive to deliver on their functions. When we take a county assembly as a standalone parameter and simply just take their overall budget, we have actually not analyzed the performance of that county assembly. So the question would be, on the 57% development budget for the county assembly of Kakamega, for instance, how much of that delivered on their core functions, which is to develop county legislation, to be able to evaluate the accounts of that county and the Auditor General's reports around that county, and to come up with resolutions that guide the county executive on how to deliver its mandate in accordance with the law. When we just say the county assembly and pick the two budgets and put them as a parameter on its own, we completely miss the point. Because the county assembly is supposed to be oversighting the county executive. How do we amalgamate? How can we amalgamate the county assembly budgets and those ones just like that? We need to be able to evaluate the county assembly on the basis of its performance on its role as its oversight role. And the Senate needs to do this because one of the things that has been acknowledged is that we end up doing some of the oversight work that ought to be done by county assemblies because most county assemblies have not delivered on that oversight mandate. So I would want to urge, even as we adopt this report, we need to call it step one. We need to step back, acknowledge that it wasn't developed with a relevant public participation that ought to have happened around the tools. We need to consult the committees to be able to give us their own experience from their functions. We need to be guided by the fourth schedule on every function to be able to find out, number one, whether the Senate has been evaluating and oversighting performance in regard to every function that has been given to the county governments. If we do that, we will leave an excellent tool for the next Senate to actually now consolidate. It is the 16th year since devolution. I think it is embarrassing that the three Senates have never seen parts of the fourth schedule that they need to implement. One wild one that comes to mind is cooperatives. The cooperatives are a mandate of the county government. How often do we even look into? The cooperatives are a people-driven savings tool that has helped so many Kenyans. What are we doing as the Senate, having that mandate at the county, and having a lot of mismanagement happening around that, have we ever seriously engaged on what county government should be doing around the cooperatives? So I think I want to congratulate the team, but I want to ask them to move away from thinking in the silo of fiscal figures and know that the fiscal figures exist to support the delivery of the fourth schedule, real services, health, water, agriculture, industry, and the others. So we need to have a tool that will help us to help the Mwananchi to monitor and to ensure that the county governments are delivering as they're supposed to deliver on their mandate. I therefore, with these reservations, would like to support this and to ask, even as I congratulate Dr. Masinde and his team, Dr. Masinde, if you're listening, I would want to request that you consider the issues that I'm talking about. Let us expand on the indices that should measure performance by our county government. And in my view, the true performance, as we told the Auditor General in our first meeting in the Senate, we wanted impact evaluation, not just the numbers to say so and so spend so many numbers. Honorable Speaker, you will recall the park and the story of one county, I will not mention it, which had money for one purpose, but took that money to do empowerment with Boda Boda. Now, if you are saying, if we want to just take that function that was not a function of the county and call it development and cheer on that county for that implementation, we will be cheering them in the wrong direction. We need to cheer performance in the correct direction. And performance in the correct direction means you come up with a budget, you come up with strategies, you come up with annual plans, and you implement that budget in accordance to what you put down. You don't change the budget 2 months after you have passed it. You don't bring many supplementaries to bring in activities you didn't discuss in the CIDP in order to do your own things. And that is what is happening around the counties. I think many counties feel they have the latitude to implement anything on earth, whether it is their mandate or not. I respectively want to suggest that the county governments, the governors, are subject to the law and they're supposed to follow those laws to the letter. I support with those reservations, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Kathy. Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, you need to clear. I don't know why. Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I'm happy that the drafters of today's motion has insisted that we just note. Madam Speaker, with a lot of tremendous respect, I have read the report. I want to agree with a number of my colleagues who have spoken before me that as a House, we still have a long way to go. Looking at Article 96 on the role of the Senate on oversight, vis-a-vis the report that has been given out today by the Budget Parliamentary Office, I think we still have a long way to go. Mr. Speaker, with a lot of tremendous respect to the initiators and the people who came up with this report, Madam Speaker, this report is good for academic discourse and research. It is not worth, it should not be quoted by anybody to mean that we have ranked governors in terms of their performance, because the indicators that have been shared there does not in any way, Madam Speaker, relate to the performance of the counties. Madam Speaker, looking at some of these issues, my only concern is one, under Article 10, there was never a public participation on this report where we went to counties and asked the county people, or from Taita, from Nandi, from Embu, from Muranga, from Nyeri, Madam Speaker, or even Nyamira, to ask them what was their thinking on this performance of governance. Madam Speaker, the only way we'll measure governance is in terms of service delivery, Madam Speaker. As we talk today, Madam Speaker, the development in counties, despite 4 trillion Kenyan shillings has been devolved for the last 15 years, there is no value that we can see, Madam Speaker. And therefore, there is no development in our counties. I don't know about other counties. When you come to Nandi, there are so many stalled projects, Madam Speaker, that are yet to be completed. A number of them are multi-year, Madam Speaker. And therefore, we should have been told in this report how many projects are stalled, Madam Speaker. Because the fact that there is no projects functional, there is no road that has been fixed, there is no drugs in hospital, there is ongoing strikes by clinical officers and health officers across the country, Madam Speaker, is very unfair. Even Nandi, as we talk, Kapsabet County Referral Hospital and a number of health facilities has been closed down, Madam Speaker. Yet we are here talking about just ranking based on performance that is only based on paperwork, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I saw today, and I'll be very brief so that I can give my colleagues a chance. I saw today the Council of Governors. They were purporting, Madam Speaker, to address the nation on state of devolution. And they were arguing that they have registered health facilities 6,740 as a state by the Council of Governors. Yet they have closed a number of health facilities from Nyamira, Taita, Nandi, even in Marsabit, Madam Speaker. There is a strike. Our health facilities are dysfunctional. I was ashamed that the Council of Governors were issuing a statement on the state of devolution. They should be telling us on how they have killed devolution as Council of Governors, Madam Speaker, led by its chair, Madam Speaker. Even they are talking that they have allocated 154.58 billion to health sector across the counties. But there is no health services in our counties. There are no drugs, Madam Speaker. In fact, the biggest threat on the effectiveness and functionality of Social Health Authority, SHA, is the counties and the governors themselves, Madam Speaker. While they are telling us today in their State of Devolution address that they just gave in the office here in Westlands, that they have given over 154 billion to health sector, there is nothing to write home about, Madam Speaker. There is nothing to smile home about. As a reggae song, Madam Speaker, I would say nothing to smile about. Nothing to be proud of about, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, even on the health sector, secondly, is on the issue of on-source revenue. Madam Speaker, you are aware, even the governors are telling us in their State of Devolution address, vis-a-vis the report, that their projection is 100.1 billion that they want to collect in their on-source revenue this financial year. But all the counties are missing target in on-source revenue. Look at Nairobi. Nairobi is supposed to collect 63 billion, but they are collecting 13 billion. Look at Nandi. They are supposed to be collecting almost $1 billion, but they are collecting less, Madam Speaker. They are missing target. Madam Speaker, most of this on-source revenue, they don't meet the targets, Madam Speaker, because most of them, as a member of ICT committee, we have gone through the counties and we have noted, Madam Speaker, that there is a lot of revenue leakages. From Muranga, we were with your governor. He could not give us the direction on what he is collecting, Madam Speaker. Nandi, Taita Taveta, Nairobi here, Nyamira, Madam Speaker. They are missing on-source revenue targets are being missed. And that is why, Madam Speaker, we have even suggested in some institutions that we allow Kenya Revenue Authority to partner with counties to seal leakages. But I want to confirm no governor would write a tamper-proof revenue collection system, because that is where they eat when there is leakages and duplication of resources, Madam Speaker. Secondly, Madam Speaker, on source revenue I'm rushing through is I was shocked in the State of Devolution by the Council of Governors that it is only out of 47 counties, only 5 counties have complete valuation roles that will assist them to harness the collection of revenue. Madam Speaker, over 13 county governments are yet to have a valuation role. Almost 42 county governments in this country do not have a complete valuation role. So the question, colleagues, what basis will they use to collect their revenue? What basis will they use to target the on-source revenue, Madam Speaker? And I think as we go into the future, we must agree as a nation that devolution we must relook, Madam Speaker, because the money we give them, even on the wage bill, Madam Speaker, you find there are many ghosts employees by counties, Madam Speaker. You had the story in Migori where they are called sangwenyas because they are people who are used by governors to intimidate their opponents, to sing for them. They are also called goons in some other areas. You saw Wazingishu, they have almost 600 plus ghost workers. You saw in Nandi, there was a payroll fraud that was there and the EACC investigating, Madam Speaker. I think the biggest threat also to devolution is non-failure by EACC to ensure prosecution upon recommendation on corruption cases that we have as counties, Madam Speaker. Many members will tell you here, when you ask a EACC, how far is a matter, they tell you active investigation, case analysis. Active investigation, case analysis, forwarded to ODPP, Madam Speaker, without any tangible results. The biggest threat to the functionality, effectiveness, and delivery of devolution in this country is corruption, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and therefore, I want to appeal, looking at the wage bill, we still have a lot of problems with it, Madam Speaker. Our counties are now the employment bureaus, Madam Speaker, where the more you employ on recurrent expenditure, the more, Madam Speaker, will affect the terms of performance, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, finally, so that I can yield to my colleagues, is on the issue of pending bills, on the issue of obligations, Madam Speaker. I am shocked that as we talk today, our counties, as of 30th June, has a pending bill of 217 billion, 0.68 billion. Nairobi leading with 88.01 billion, Madam Speaker. Nandi has a pending bill of 800 million Kenyan shillings. Trans Nzoia has 2.62 billion Kenyan shillings. Wasingishu has a pending bill of 1.55 billion, Madam Speaker. Nakuru has a pending bill of 7.15 billion, Madam Speaker. When you go to Wajir, it has 4.0 billion as a pending bill. Madam Speaker, when you go to Tana River, 4.5 billion, Madam Speaker. Mombasa is 3.98 billion. Kisumu, 5.99 billion, Madam Speaker. Even Elgeyo Marakwet has 110 million Kenya shillings pending bill, Madam Speaker. Turkana has 3.3 billion pending bill. The reason I'm raising a number, just sampling a few counties, Madam Speaker, is to show that the existence of pending bills of over 217 billion continues to slowly kill our businesses in our counties, Madam. Of people with pending bills. Most of them, they were not sick of blood pressure. They are sick now. Most of them were not diabetic. They are diabetic now. Because they are borrowed money from banks and lending institutions to finance the supply of services and goods to our counties. But our counties are not paying them. Governors are paying their political proteges. In fact, in my county, they are taking up to 20% of the pending bill so that they can finance. Most of the governors now are paying what we call politically correct pending bills for the sake of financing their campaigns. And even some cases for even financing some of these, including some of this outfit like the impeached deputy president. I'm told there are a number of issues when you visit there, Madam Speaker. It is not about, it is not the ship that you see physically. Most of these governors, allegation has it that they were, when you visit, including your governor, you take a minimum of 10 million, the governor of Nyandarua 10 million. There is a vetting committee. The vetting committee being done by Munyoro is not vetting on how to contain, Madam Speaker. It is vetting on how they can steal, Madam Speaker. And even when you look at Muranga, for example, Madam Speaker, Muranga has a pending bill of 3.3 billion Kenyan shillings. Muranga, where you are being used as the best in terms of good devolution. And I want to congratulate my brother, Senator Mwaruma Mwashushe, for being elected the chair of CPIC, where also we need to see municipalities. We need to see special funds. We need to see water companies, Madam. It is not part of this report, Madam Speaker. Even the Muranga that you always tout and say they are good in health facilities, good in what, there is nothing good about it, Madam Speaker. And you know your governor likes reggae songs. You should listen to a song that when you look outside the window, you see nothing to smile about in Muranga, from Gatanga all the way to Kiguma and many other areas, Madam Speaker. We must be ensured, Madam Speaker, with those many remarks, so that my colleagues can get chance, I beg to note and say this report is just good for academic discourse and research, but not good in terms of of any performance, no doubting the ability of the people who did it, Parliamentary Budget Office, but it's just good for just a discussion under a cup of tea. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and we should note the report.
Thank you, Senator Cherargei. Senator Omugeni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, Madam Speaker, we should not be so brutal. Even passion in coming up with this report. Madam Speaker, this report has given us an opportunity to open and start a conversation, Mr. Speaker. So first, I want to acknowledge and salute the members of our budget office who sat down, conceived this idea, and have come up with this report. That for the very first time, we have in place a formula that is ranking the performance of our governors in a scientific way. I don't know whether Senator Cherargei did maths up to O level, because I know at university he studied law. But when I sat at the garden this afternoon, I saw that the Parliamentary Budget Office had a scientific formula on rating governors. I may not say that it's conclusive that Embu was the best performing governor, but at least we have begun from somewhere. And they have given us 7 parameters that should guide us in assessing the performance of our governor. So if it's of some comfort, I want to go on record, Madam Speaker, that I appreciate our Director of Budget Office, Mr. Masinde, and those officers who have worked with him, including Mr. Motonu, and other officers who put a lot of work in coming up with this report. Having said that, Madam Speaker, there is no doubt that the formula that has been presented before us can be refined and be made better so that it gives us a scorecard that can reflect what we see on the ground. In fact, Madam Speaker, it's good to have people who can come up with scientific way of assessing the performance of counties. Because I find it very interesting that the chairman of Vision 2060, Professor Anyang', is actually ranked number last in this report. Kisumu is ranked number last. You know, so it's what you see, you are always invited to dig deeper into what you see. So this is a good beginning point. It's also good for the women leadership in this country that we have a governor, a lady governor, who has a report that is ranking her as number 1, the governor of Embu. That's a good conversation, Madam Speaker. Having said that, and I also want to correct Senator Cheruiyot that he's not the one who promoted Senator Masinde to position of director. When we entered the commission, we found Masinde in the position of deputy director, but we promoted him to the position of director. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I want to make the following observations. That other than these 7 parameters, it's good to look at audit outcomes. I don't know why we want to look at county assembly ceilings as a measure, a measurable parameter, because we have passed the law, Madam Speaker. That law binds our governors. How do you rank me for complying with the law, Madam Speaker? I think that's a parameter that we should remove. Then there are others that we should really improve. Madam Speaker, when you talk about development and expenditure, we need to dig deeper, Madam Speaker. I and Senator Mwaruma sit together in CPAC. I'm told now he has gotten a promotion to go and be the chair of CPAC. But there are questions that auditors raise, and I think that should be a parameter, Madam Speaker, when we try to weigh the performance of governors. There is what we are told, projects initiated and not completed. Either they are abandoned, neglected, or they receive funding but no payments are made. Madam Speaker, such a governor should not be in office. Madam Speaker. I can give you an example of my own county of Nyamira. In fact, that Nyamira goes to the next level, what the Auditor General calls idle projects, where public funds have been pumped into a project, but the project has never been finalized, and the people are not receiving value for money, Madam Speaker. I can give you an example, and Senator Mwaruma here will bear me witness, that in Nyamira we conceived an idea of having a stadium 10 years ago. 72 million shillings, Madam Speaker, have been paid to the contractor. When I became senator here, the governor appeared before us and promised that that project will be finalized in 6 months. Senator Mwaruma, you can remember. Up to date, Madam Speaker, that stadium remains incomplete. That is one constituency in Kitutu Masaba. I could give you an example again in another constituency. Madam Speaker, in West Mogrango constituency, and a very fantastic idea was conceived that an eye hospital should be constructed so that patients with eye issues, eye problems, can be attended by expert doctors in that area, Madam Speaker. 17.2 million shillings have been pumped into that project, but to date, no value for money. That project is abandoned. It is idle. There is no work that is ongoing. I mean, that's a parameter we should use to rank governors, Madam Speaker. I'll give you another example in another constituency in Borabu, Madam Speaker. A water project was initiated at Raitigo, Madam Speaker. When you read the presentations from the governor, they are at variance with the findings of the Auditor General. He will tell you that I initiated a water project in 8 wards in the county of Nyamira. And that one is cited as a project in Esise ward. A total of 30 million shillings have gone into that project. Senator Wamatinga, you are a contractor. You are a contractor. When you tell us that you have put out 100 cubic meters of a water tank, we should be able to see it. When you tell us that you have 2 water kiosks serving the people, we should be able to see it. When you tell us, because it's there, if you go to the report, you will say, when you tell us that you have laid pipes connecting water to people, what does that mean in a layman's language? It means that from that 100 cubic water tank, you have connected homes with water. It means that people of Raitigo are no longer going to the river or to those water kiosks to draw water, but that water is coming direct to their homes. But when you go to the ground, that connectivity is not in people's homes. That is the parameter I'll propose to the Parliamentary Budget Office. Let us audit value for money, Madam Speaker. In this era, Senator Chute, when you are talking about construction of ECD classes, there should be a standard, a minimum standard of how an ECD class should look like. You are there, Senator Mwaruma. Can you imagine, God of heaven, a governor comes to the Senate of Nairobi and then tells us that I have constructed an ECD class in material, and there is a stalled project of a pit latrine. In this era and age, how can you be constructing an ECD class and connecting it to a pit latrine? Really? You go to Etono, you find the same thing, that you start constructing a pit latrine at Etono ECD class, and then you are unable to complete the project. What do you require? Bricks, you dig the pit latrine and cover it with the mabati. Let me ask my governor of Nyamira, doesn't he understand that with science, you don't need to do pit latrines? Senator Wamatinga, don't we have something we call a biodigester? Don't we have a biodigester? I mean, you can construct an ECD class, have modern toilets for our ECD children, and connect the sanitary facilities to a biodigester. Use a sock pit so that the facilities that are being enjoyed by the ECD classes in Nairobi should be the same with an ECD class in Marsabit. Why should the ECD children, Madam Speaker, in Marsabit use pit latrines while ECD children in Nairobi are using modern sanitation facilities? That should never be the case. Madam Speaker, if you go to Switzerland, Kuntuns, which you can compare with our own counties, Madam Speaker, the standard is the same, Madam Speaker. If you are connecting a tarmac road from one Kuntun to the next Kuntun, there must be tarmac, Madam Speaker. If we have tarmac in Nairobi, we should have tarmac connection to the next county of Kiambu, blah, blah. And I wish my friend Senator Cheruiyot was here.
Senator Murango seems to have a point of information.
Let him give me a minute. I'll allow him so that I don't lose my thoughts, Madam Speaker. When I was here, Madam Speaker, Senator Cheruiyot told me he was in Nyamira, I think last week on Saturday. We welcomed him. The event was very peaceful, and he left. And remember, I contributed here and said, Madam Speaker, that we in Nyamira are very welcoming. He told me today, when he was contributing, that he will be in Nyamira tomorrow for an empowerment meeting. And we are very excited as Nyamira people. We are welcoming those empowerment meetings. We used to watch on TV what was happening in Olekalau. I used to call my friend Wamatinga and I told him, bring those empowerments to Nyamira also. So I'm excited that tomorrow, people of Nyamira will receive gas, you will bring mattresses, you will bring blankets, what else? Shoe, our women will receive shoes. What else were they being given? Abu? A boat, yes. We want boats to come to Nyamira tomorrow. We are waiting. And then how much money were they being given in Olekalau? Is it 2,000? Yeah, we are waiting for that empowerment tomorrow. And I'm telling my people, when the government is coming with this project, turn out in large numbers. We want everybody tomorrow to go home with a gas cooker. We want our women to shine. When they go to church on Saturday, they should wear those new shoes, Madam Speaker. That's what we are waiting for. So, Senator Cheruiyot, you are welcome tomorrow, but don't discriminate against the people of Nyamira. The standard should be the same. What you did in empowerment in Olekalau must also be done to our people in Nyamira. The standard must be the same. We cannot allow any discrimination because Article 27 says you treat everybody equally. So we are waiting for you. Madam Speaker, I can allow Senator Murango to inform me, I think. He wanted to inform me.
Senator Murango, do you have information sufficient to inform the learned senator who is a counsel?
Najua ni wakili ametambahari katika mambo ya sheria, Mr. Speaker. Kwa sababu ya muda sitamwambia, nilikuwa nataka kumwambia, lakini amesahau Gondoro. Gondoro pia ikuje kule Kisii.
You were just reminding him about the mattress? Proceed, Senator Omugeni.
Thank you. Yeah, Madam Speaker, another parameter I would like the Parliamentary Budget Office to look at. Imagine, we have been told in this report that through RMLF, governors received a total of 3.6 billion shillings. But out of all this money, not even a coin was used to build even half a kilometer of road in our counties. Does the Constitution say, Madam Speaker, that when we give money to counties, sorry.
Senator Murango, that cannot be a ringtone on your phone for Senate proceedings.
Yes. So, Madam Speaker, it does not stop our governors from improving our roads to bitumen standards. We want to see our governors putting roads on tarmac roads. We want to see tarmac roads. When I came to this Senate, Madam Speaker, we were receiving 4.2 billion shillings. Now, I've worked so hard. Nyamira is receiving 6.2 billion shillings. Shouldn't there be a corresponding improvement in service delivery, Madam Speaker? Okay? Shouldn't the people of Nyamira see some sustained growth in services, Madam Speaker? Must we always say, you receive money, the only thing you do is to dig or drill a borehole. But you don't connect water to homes, Madam Speaker. Those are the standards I would like the Parliamentary Budget Office to adopt, so that when you give us this report, tell us, governors, who drilled boreholes and connected water to homes. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, the issue of pending bills. How can a government, because we have two levels of government, we have the national government and the county governments, Madam Speaker. How can county governments owe suppliers 226 billion? How? How, Madam Speaker? Because you budget and spend according to the approved budget from your county assembly. How? In countries, Madam Speaker, like Australia, they have a standard way of making payments. Clean invoicing, within 14 days, you are paid by the devolved units. They call them states. Where there is a problem with the documentation, the charter says in 45 days you are paid. In this country, Madam Speaker, suppliers have been auctioned. People offered their assets as security, do the work, they are not paid. Auctioneers come knocking, Madam Speaker, and they lose their properties. I agree, Madam Speaker, that this is a matter that we should escalate to another level. Honestly, if you contract somebody to come and do work for you, and he has done the work for you, you should pay, because you are a government. And then the issues of fiscal responsibility, bank reconciliation. I've seen audit reports telling us that a governor is not able to reconcile the money they received, the bank balances, and the money spent. Senator Chute, how can you fail not to reconcile money that has entered your account, what you have paid out, and the balance? How? I mean, how? And I've not seen the DPP even take one governor to court. And you find at times that discrepancy goes to hundreds of millions. Me, I'm not a mathematician. I never did maths to the highest level of university. But that is a matter that is explainable even to a standard 3 kids. Because what you receive, you spend, and the bank balance should marry it. They should tie. But you see those reports, and we do nothing. I urge the office of DPP, Madam Speaker, to scale up the fight against corruption, Madam Speaker, so that governors who receive money and convert it to personal enrichment should pay a very heavy price. So I support this motion that is inviting us to note the report with the recommendation that we come up with better parameters going forward. But for now, it's a good report. My governor did not make it to the top 10. He did not make it to the top 20. He did not make it to the top 30. He is number 11 from the bottom. In 2023-24, he was number 5 from the bottom. At least now he has moved up, he's in the bottom 11. I urge him to work harder and take the people of Nyamira to the top 10, Madam Speaker. Senator Orengo is number 18. Governor of Trans Nzoia is number 11. Let him also work hard and join those well-performing governors, including Embu, where the lady governor is the top. With those many remarks, Madam Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Mogeni. Senator Mudigi from Embu County, the top county in that report.
Okay, asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa nafasi niweze kuchangia. Mjadala unaendelea kuhusu utendaji wa kazi katika kaunti zetu 47. Kitu ya kwanza ni kushukuru ile kamati ya devolution na pia wale wafanyikazi ambaye wa sayansi ambayo wamekuja na hii maneno ya kuonyesha na vile kazi itakuwa inaendelea kufanyika, ingawa watu wengine wanapinga hii kamati, lakini nikiwa senator wa Embu County na ipongeza kwa sababu hii ni njia nyingine ya kufanya mambo ya oversight, kwa sababu ingekuwa ni watu wengine kama ni maseneta wangesema mambo mengi, lakini hawa ni watu wajitokeza na wakafanya kazi ile inafaa. Kitu ya pili, Mr. Speaker, ni kushukuru Embu County Governor ambaye ni mama ametuonyesha ushujaa ati ile kazi wanaume wanaweza fanya hata akina mama wanaweza fanya. Kwa hivyo nashukuru sana kwa Governor wa Embu County ambaye ni Sisire Mutitumbalile, na pia hii kazi haingefanyika ikiwa yeye anafanya peke yake. Kwa hivyo nashukuru watu wa Embu County Assembly juu ya oversight, na pia hata secretariat, na pia watu wote, hata senator akiwa pale, kwa sababu ningekumbusha Mr. Speaker, hii Senate miaka 10 sisi wakati wa devolution tulikuwa na vita nyingi sana katika Embu County. Unakuta mambo ya impeachment ilianza katika Embu County. Mr. Speaker, wakati governor alichaguliwa na viongozi walichaguliwa, tuliletwa pamoja na makanisa na tukakubaliana vile Embu County itapandilika, na hatukuwaipisha watu wa makanisa na watu wa Embu County. Kwa hivyo ni eko kwa viongozi wa Embu County wakiwa wameongozwa na governor wa Embu County, na pia ni njia kutuonyesha pahali watu wakipigana nyumba inaporomoka, na pahali tukiwa pamoja mambo mazuri yanapatikana. Mr. Speaker, mambo ya utendaji wa kazi, mambo ya mirandi, kama ni mambo ya ECD hii serikali ya Embu County imeajiri ECD 300. Mambo ya kuajiri wafanyikazi wa ECD imeajiri walimu 100. Kama ni vile imesikia Senator Mugeni akisema mambo ya kuweka rami. Mr. Speaker, katika Embu County wacha project ya rami ya serikali ya national government, pia governor amefanya kazi, kuna parapara zingine kidogo ameweza kuweka rami. Nimesikia Senator mwingine akisema mambo ya agriculture haikuweza kuonekana katika hii kitabu. Ningetaka kusema hata tungefika mambo ya agriculture, Mr. Speaker, mambo ya agriculture, mambo ya fertilizer, wakati ilitoka shilingi milioni 7, sisi ukuwa kwanza. Hata ni mimi nikiwa senator wa Embu County niandika statement na yeye rais wa Kenya, fertilizer ikakuja 2,500. Kwa hivyo Mr. Speaker, mambo ya agriculture governor amejaribu kuambia watu waweze kurudi masambani. Kama ni mambo ya kahawa ilikuwa 60, sasa ni shilingi 150. Kama ni manjani ilikuwa shilingi 40, sasa ni 60. Unakuta hata avocado. Kwa hivyo mambo ya kilimo pale chini pale katika Embu County inaendelea kuwa vizuri. Tukiangalia mambo pia ya miradi kumugoka, gavana amejaribu kuleta sisi pamoja. Hata nakumbuka mambo ya miradi kumugoka, kama rais wa Kenya alitusaidia, na hapo gavana akaenda Mombasa akatafuta dialogue, na mambo ya kilimo ya mrasi kumuka ikawa inaendelea. Kwa hivyo mambo mingi gavana wa Embu County amejaribu kurainisha, tukifanya kazi pamoja. Pia mambo ya hospitali, unakuta katika Embu County miradi ambaye ilikuwa imewachwa na ile serikali ya zamani, ile alienda amejaribu sote katika ward kuitengeneza. Mambo ya employment, pia hata daktari, mambo ya promotion na mambo ya employment ya nurses, ingawa kuna changamoto kidogo ambaye kulikuwa na mchozo kidogo kwa sababu budget ilichelewa, lakini governor wa Embu County na viongozi tumejaribu kuungana pamoja tupandirishe, ndio tuweze kuona kama vile serikali ya William Ruto na Profesa Abraham Kidiki anasema mambo ya kwenda Singapore, tuone kama sisi tutawachwa nyuma, tuweze kuona tutakuwa kipaumbele. Kitu ya kwanza tulimaliza mambo ya kupigana na mambo ya vita, ndio tuweze kuona vile tutafanya kazi nzuri. Kwa hivyo Mr. Speaker, nataka kusema kama hata mambo hiyo yote ingewekwa, wale hawa senators wanasema hata ingewekwa kipaumbele katika Embu County, tukekuwa tuko number 1, tuko number 1. Kwa sababu hata kama ni mambo ya maji, alinunua gari ya kusimba mboo, na saa hii hiyo mboo zinaendelea katika Embu County. Ingawa Rome haikujengwa na siku moja, ningeomba watu wa Embu County njoo tusemesane, kuja tuongee, ndio tuweze kupandirisha mambo ya Embu County, ndio sisi katika county tusiwe watu wa kuachwa nyuma. Kwa hiyo Mr. Speaker, nikiwa senator wa Embu County, mambo ya kufanya kazi sio mambo ya vita. Nikiwa senator, hata mambo ya oversight, primary oversight ni ya MCS. Mambo ile nyingine tulifanya, tulisema sasa hakuna mambo ya kusema nini, Ninashukuru gavana, mara mingi watu wamekuwa akisema mimi siangalie kazi vizuri, lakini siku ya leo najivunia kuonyesha watu wa Embu County vile mimi nilikuwa nikifanya oversight tukiwa na gavana. Hatukuangi mara mingi tunakutana na gavana, lakini mimi namshukuru kwa sababu nikiona makosa kidogo huwa namwandikia message na huwa anareact, na kwa hivyo ndio imetuwezesha tuwa county 47 ndio imewezesha Embu County kuwa namba 1. Kwa hiyo nataka kusema hata wakati mwingine itakuwa namba 1. Kwa hiyo njia ni kuungana pamoja ndio tuweze kwenda safari moja. Kwa hiyo mimi nikiwa Central Embu County Alexander Munyi Mondigi daktari, naunga mkono hii mambo na pia tuendelee mbele. Asante sana Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Mudigi. Now we can have Senator Murango. Senator Murango.
Asante sana Mr. Speaker. Na Mr. Speaker, kwa sababu najua wewe ni mtu mwenye anafuata sana mambo ya akina mama, mfumo jike. Nipe nafasi, umefika sasa hivi katika mambo ya mfumo jike na unapigania sana wa mama. Ni vizuri leo nimekuwa kwenye koti na kuna mambo ambayo imenifurahisha ambayo inahusu akina mama, na ni vizuri nipeane maua mwenye nitampa akiwa hai, akiwa ni hakimu mkuu ambayo ni mama katika koti la Kibera ambaye anaitwa Stella Atembo. Mr. Speaker, ni dandura sana kwenda kotini ujisikie ukiwa nyumbani, lakini yule hakimu walijitokeza akafanya tusikie tukiwa nyumbani. Na sana sana mambo kama haya watu ongei, na unajua afadhali ni kupatie kuku yako ukiwa hai kuliko nilete ng'ombe kwenye matanga. Kwa hivyo nimesema nimpe maua yake, na sana sana kwa sababu wale hakuna mtu anaongelea sana. Najua yeye ni wakili, na unajua hata Waswahili walisema tangawizi kafa mbure, mwenye viungo ni majano. Kwa hivyo wengi ni majano wako juu, pia tuanjali walio chini. Senator Chimera ananiambia nisiwe mrefu, niwe mzito kwa hoja na mchache wa maneno. Na ninafuata hivyo kwa sababu najua pia kuna wenzangu ambao wanangojea na wanataka kuongea Mr. Speaker. Na mimi nipewe dakika 5 nitakuwa nimemaliza. Mr. Speaker, nimesoma hii report ambayo imeletwa mbele yetu. Niko na nakala. Na nataka pia niwapongeze waliokaa chini na kufanya uhasibu na kuhakikisha kwamba wametupatia report ambao tunaweza isoma, ambao tunaweza ielewa, hata kama haina maelezo mengi ambayo inafaa kuwa. Mr. Speaker, kuna vigezo tukitumia pia kuja kwa hukumu mangavana, tutakuwa tunakosea. Na tukimhukumu samaki kwa uwezo wake wa kuruka juu kupaa angani kama moyo, tutakuwa tunamonea, kwa sababu siku zote samaki huishi kwenye maji. Mr. Speaker, tunajua kwamba katika fedha ambazo zinatumika moja kwa moja, kwa kimombo inaitwa recurrent expenditure, ukiangalia fedha ambazo zinaenda kulipa karo kwa shule zetu, kama vile wale watoto ambao wanasomea katika vyuo vya kiufundi, kwa kimombo TVET, kama wale wengine ambao wanasomea katika vyuo tofauti, zile fedha katika hesabu uhasibu, ile fedha inachukuliwa kama ni sio pesa ya maendeleo. Pesa ambayo inanunua mandawa, pesa ambayo inanunua vinukuzi katika ofisi zetu, zile fedha zinachukuliwa kama si maendeleo haswa. Wale watu ambao wanatumia fedha zao kulisha watoto wetu wa chekechea, zile fedha hazihesabiwi kama maendeleo Mr. Speaker. Kaunti zingine zile zimechukua jukumu ya kuajiri ajira ya kudumu wale walimu wa chekechea, wanawalipa mishahara ambao hapa haijanukuliwa kwamba haijachukuliwa kama maendeleo. Na kwa hivyo ili hali ni huduma muhimu ambayo inapewa watu wetu wanaokaa katika katuzi zetu Mr. Speaker. Kwa hivyo ningependa kusema ya kwamba ni vizuri wafafanue zaidi. Wamefanya kazi nzuri kwa sababu wameanzia tu. Waweze pia kuweka ladha na viungo ripoti na nakala ambayo itaotoka, ili tuweze kuona mafanikio mengine ambayo haijanukuliwa vilivyo katika ripoti tulionayo mbele yetu. Mr. Speaker, ikiwa county inapatia watoto wetu wa chekechea chakula ili waweze kusoma, lakini ukiangalia hapa imeorodheshwa ikiwa nambari isiyofaa. Lakini ukija kaunti yetu ni namba 23, hatupatii watoto wetu wa chekechea chakula, bado tuko na wahudumu wa afya ambao hawajapewa kazi ya kundumu na wengine wanalalamika. Nadhani si haki, kwa sababu zile fedha pia zimetumika kupeana huduma ambayo inafaa katika kaunti zetu, Mr. Speaker. Lakini pia nataka pia niseme waliofanya hii kazi ni tumeanzia mahali ili tuweze kuwajibisha wale wa mangavana. Na niseme tukiendelea hivi nadhani kutakuwa na mambo mazuri yanakuja. Kwa hivyo ningetaka kusema kwamba waliofanya hii kazi wamefanya kazi nzuri. Ni venye tu tutakuja kidogo katika kuipika, hivi kidogo tuweke viungo hapa na hapa, tuongezee chumvi hapa na hapa, tuhakikishe kwamba iko na ladha nzuri na inaweza lika na tunaweza kuimeza. Asante sana Mr. Speaker. Na wewe Chimela unapiga makelele sana siku hizi.
Thank you Senator Murango. Can I have Senator Chute?
Very much, Honorable Speaker. I will take approximately about 5 minutes for the benefit of my fellow senators. Honorable Speaker, when I was a young man in Marsabit, Honorable Speaker, the district commissioner who took over from colonial district commissioner was in charge in Marsabit, in charge of Department of Roads, Water, Agriculture, Health, Police, prisons, and, Honorable Speaker, Madam Speaker, even the courts. The district commissioners are acting as magistrates in courts, and things were running smoothly. Honorable Speaker, devolution came to us in 2010, and problems started with that devolution. Honorable Speaker, I want to start with on-source revenue. Marsabit County and Tana River County. Tana River County is the least, the lowest in on-source revenue, followed closely by Marsabit County, unfortunately, the county I represent. Number one, they should digitize it, number one. And also, if possible, give this collection of revenue to an institution, even KRA. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, CHPs are not being paid. In Marsabit, almost 21 months, they have not been paid. And we are talking about devolution. Devolution means you sit in a village and devolution comes to you there in that village, in terms of health care, in terms of roads, in terms of all those things, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think it is time we need to relook at the way devolution works. Honorable Speaker, there are dispensaries. I will give you a name, Ngororoi, in Marsabit, in Langalani sub-county. There was a dispensary that was supposedly that was built, but unfortunately there is nothing there and the money has been paid. That is the situation of healthcare. If you go to hospitals today, we have over 30 ambulances, and many ambulances are here in Nairobi in many garages. Is that devolution? We have 3 ambulances running. Honorable Speaker, the issue of pending bills. Marsabit County has got 2 billion according to this report. I want to thank the officers who did this report. Although it is not, they call it scientific. I don't know what scientific means, because they should look at scientifically, and in actual, they need to visit the counties to see what they are seeing on papers. Is it really there? They are not there, most of them. So we need to look at the issue of pending bills. In this country today, we have got 226 billion of pending bills. And I will ask our president, just borrow this money from somewhere and pay our suppliers, the contractors, so that these people will start living like human beings. Honorable Speaker, the issue of corruption. Honorable Speaker, I want to urge the ODPP, the DPP, please take action. Take action. Documents are with you in many counties. He needs to take action. If you want this country, why do we wait for 2060? We need to stop corruption, number one. Number two, let's spend our money in like a company, the way a company is run, so that then the 2060, in the next way, maybe 2040 will be somewhere. The other issue, Madam Speaker, the issue of, if you see here, there are counties who do their budgets. After some months, they do a supplementary budget. The report which is here is for the first budget. They have earmarked for development. All those monies that have been earmarked for development has been removed in the first supplementary budget and second supplementary budget. The officers, let them not look at the documents only. They must visit bigger projects, large projects, to see if those projects are there, so that then you will give them a good ranking. Some rankings here are fake, because what they are giving us documents, things which are on documents. But what we need is look at the document, fine, but look at what is on ground also. So I think they need to do a lot, although I support what they have done. They have done a very good job. The issue of ECDs, Madam Speaker, in our ECD in Marsabit, there is no fencing, no toilets. Here in Moranga, you will see bouncing castle, you can see playing grounds, flowers here and there, grass, beautiful grass, and in some counties, you don't see those things. If you do something, you do it instead of doing 10, which is not done well. Do 5, do it very well. So this is devolution. Honorable Speaker, finally, let me say, this report is good. We've started from somewhere, but we need to improve on this report. Because if you look at this report, there is a ranking on some page. You will find some counties are number 1 there. On the other page, some counties are again, the same county was number 1 is number 15. So I think they need to look at what is exactly happening on ground. So finally, Madam Speaker, this money that goes to counties must be accounted for. If we don't do that, Madam Speaker, if we just look at papers, look at papers, do rankings and all those things, we are not helping this country. Specifically, Madam Speaker, health sector. If you ask me today, health sector should be returned back to the national government. Because go to some hospitals. By the way, Madam Speaker, main source on-source revenue, if you look at what is happening in the counties, the monies they are getting from hospitals, up to the tune of 60 to 70%. So they are not collecting taxes, they are not collecting fees. They have. So I think they can even build hospitals now to earn money, if that is what they are going to do. So let me say, Madam Speaker, in support of this document, what we need to do, we need to have a conversation and see how we can improve on what we have done today. And Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Chute. Senator Dan Manzo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am very happy, and I'm surprised Chimera is pressurizing everybody. You do not represent any delegation, so please allow us to do justice to our counties.
Dan Manzo, you know Senator Chimera is a special elect senator from Kilifi County in the Republic of Kenya.
So he
and you would not have any right. He's part of a delegation.
My apologies, Madam Speaker.
And you uphold him as such. He's one of the 67 senators in this.
I have a lot of respect to him as a colleague, as an advocate, but I'm just requesting him not to pressurize us so that the material we have doesn't disappear. I'm sure he represents 47
On that
counties.
he can comply. Don't pressurize your colleague.
I'm sure he represents the 47 counties and may have something very good to say about or some corrective thing about every county. Madam Speaker, I want to say that this is a very good move the Senate has done because it's going to make governors work and know that every time they are working, they are being ranked and they are being watched over, and that our work is to take care of devolution and to make sure that our counties succeed in what they are meant to do. Madam Speaker, when the Committee of Health went round, and I really want to state that Makueni was overall ranked as number 8. And I think that is something very positive, bearing in mind that some counties really have performed very badly, Madam Speaker. And you can see it from the way, things have been done. I really want to say that one of the things which is very, very important for counties to do is health. And when our committee went round the counties and checked the hospitals, checked the situation with the medication, I accompanied the committee to Makueni County, and one of the challenges we found that was the ambulances. And quite a number which had been bought by AMEC, I don't want to disclose, had failed because these were new in Kenya and apparently looked very reliable, but unfortunately those ambulances failed. They broke down often, but we realized that one of the Land Cruiser will persist, the roads. When an ambulance goes to pick somebody somewhere in a village, the road may not be that good. And therefore, when it comes to health, Madam Speaker, it's a very, very serious matter, and that in Makueni and many other counties, ambulances were a challenge. Madam Speaker, I was very surprised because the first thing we need to do to save a life is to give first aid and to give people that treatment. When a child is born with complications, the health is everything. You need to be alive to be able to become a lawyer, an engineer, and to do roads, and to do many other things. And I think saving life is a matter of, is a godly job. And I want to say that the health sector has got a big challenge. First of all, recently the health CS talked of the least equipment which some counties have not made use of. I believe this was part of the criteria of rating. And it threatened that those counties not to use these equipment, scans and things like that, then they will be recalled and taken to counties which have done well. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, when the national government leased this equipment and gave it to the counties, it was like buying a new car and giving it without an engine. Then it's never going to work. They had very systemic problems, and some of them never worked. And wherever they work, something goes wrong. They need repairs. Some of the equipment is very expensive to do so, or made to be like that, Madam Speaker. So when it comes to ambulances, I'm very surprised. The government was launching ambulances, a system of accessing every ambulance almost everywhere in the country, but they never bought new ambulances. And an ambulance is not going to stop its job to attend into another job. And yet the nurses are on strike. This is really affecting the whole country, every county. People are dying, nurses take care of very, very important situations, high blood pressure, sugar levels, and many people die when there is low sugar level. And I'm aware of one old man who just died while looking for treatment, and it's a very sad affair. I believe if the nurses were not on strike, this old man, who I respect very much, would not have died, would have been given first aid, would have been checked what was wrong with him. But unfortunately, because the government hospitals were not operational this week, and he was now trying to get to a private hospital, unfortunately, Madam Speaker, this person passed away. So the issue of health has been one of the reasons, one of the bases of assessment, and I believe a lot of counties, including Makueni, have got a lot of work to do in terms of health and in terms of, negotiating and helping and finding a solution to end the strike. I thank you, Madam.
Senator Dan Manzo, you will have 14 more minutes when this order is next listed in the order paper. Honorable Senators, it is now 6:30 p.m., time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until Tuesday, 8 September 2026 at 2:30 p.m. And I wish you a very blessed recess as you proceed on to recess until Tuesday, 8 September 2026 at 2:30. Thank you.
Afternoon to you, wherever you are watching us from. You're in time for live proceedings from the Senate. This Tuesday afternoon, it is the 4th day of the month of August. The year is 2026. And as per your screen, the chambers are ready to usher in honorable senators for what awaits them this afternoon. On the order paper, a number of motions and bills that are pending before the Senate. The first one, reconstitution of select committees of the Senate, a motion that will be moved by the Senate Majority Leader. And this one is anchored on resolutions of the Senate made on the 12th February 2025, 2nd December 2025, and 17th June 2026, on the approval of senators to serve in various select committees of the Senate, and as guided by the standing orders, it will happen as illustrated, that the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries will have Senator Edwin Sifuna CBS MP, replacing Senator Beatrice Ogolla MP. The Standing Committee on Energy, Senator Beatrice Ogolla MP to replace Senator Moses Kajwang CBS MP. And the Standing Committee on Health, Senator Shakila Abdallah Mohammed MP to replace Senator Joseph Githuku MP. The Speaker's procession on your screen now, a live broadcast brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. And on behalf of my colleagues and the entire crew, I welcome you to follow the proceedings that will be presided over by the Honorable Speaker of the Senate, Amason Kingi. Good afternoon.
Na tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, twakusihi tutazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Twakuomba tuwajalie tuyatende na kufurahia mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, do you have quorum? Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
We are live from the Senate this Tuesday afternoon, the 4th day of August 2026. The quorum bell is ringing to implore upon senators to come into the chambers as ordered by the Senate Speaker, Honorable Amason Kingi. It will do so for 10 minutes, and this is per the standing orders of the Senate that dictates that a quorum shall be 15 senators. And this bell will be ringing until expiration of the 10 minutes, after which the Speaker may direct that it continues for another 10 minutes. And if there is still no quorum present, then he will have the discretion to adjourn the Senate forthwith to the next sitting, which in this case will be Wednesday morning, that is tomorrow. Pending before the senators this afternoon, consideration of a motion on reconstitution of select committees of the Senate, and that includes reconstitution of the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries, where Senator Edwin Sifuna, CBS MP, will be replacing Senator Beatrice Ogola MP. The Standing Committee on Energy, where Senator Beatrice Ogola MP will be replacing Senator Moses Kajwang, CBS MP. The Standing Committee on Health, where Senator Shakil Abdallah Mohamed MP will be replacing Senator Joseph Githuku MP. The Standing Committee on Information, Communication and Technology, where Senator Moses Kajwang, CBS MP, and Senator Beatrice Ogola MP will be replacing Senator Shakil Abdallah Mohamed MP and Senator Hezena Lemaletian MP, respectively. Changes are also expected in the Standing Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity and Regional Integration, where Senator Godfrey Ososi, CBS MP, will replace Senator Beth Siengo MP. The Standing Committee on Roads, Transport and Housing, and Standing Committee on Trade, Industrialization and Tourism.
Order, honorable senators, kindly take your seats. Clerk, you may proceed to call the first order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Now, honorable senators, as you're aware, Article 96 of the Constitution gives the Senate powers to, among other things, undertake its oversight function. And in particular, at Article 96(3) of the Constitution, exercise oversight over national revenue allocated to county governments. As senators are also aware, every year, Parliament, through the Division of Revenue and County Allocation of Revenue Acts, determines the allocation of national raised revenue between the two levels of government and among the county governments. To undertake its oversight role effectively, the Senate requires a standard, scientific, objective, and transparent tool which can measure the performance of county governments on the adherence to the fiscal responsibility principles envisioned in the Constitution and statute, including the Public Finance Management Act and the County Governments Act. Now, over the years, however, such a tool has not been developed. To bridge this gap, a scientific performance measurement tool has been prepared by the Parliamentary Budget Office. This is the County Physical Performance Measurement Index, CFPMI, which is grounded on the key public finance management indicators. The CFPMI is a composite score meant to evaluate and benchmark the socio-economic performance of counties based on the public finance management principles and ideals. It summarizes the performance of counties across several indicators, including budget implementation efficiency, development expenditure, and audit opinions, which with normalized values ranging between 0 and 1 for scoring performance levels. Now, honorable senators, this publication, along with This publication, Honorable Senators, along with 4 others launched earlier in the year, on the 30th of May 2026, will constitute part of the Senate's institutional memory and serve as a useful and practical reference material for yourselves, members of the National Assembly, county assemblies, parliamentary officers, scholars, researchers, and members of the general public who are interested in legislative work. It also makes a significant contribution to the continuous capacity development of legislators and parliamentary staff. I will preside over the launch of the County Physical Performance Measurement Index on Thursday, the 6th of August 2026 at 11 a.m. and all honorable senators are invited to attend this very momentous ceremony. I thank you. Yes, honorable senators, you may take your seats. Yes, Majority Leader, what is your intervention?
Oh, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to make a slight comment. What you have commented is very important and monumental. Unfortunately, number one, the AC first in the room was, I think, at positioning us from just over and above the work that we do, moving to a place where we do our work beyond the call of just semantics. But listening to you, Mr. Speaker, you are telling the country that the Senate of the Republic of Kenya will on Thursday, if I got you correct, Mr. Speaker, this Thursday, that should be the 6th of August 2026, lead the country to appreciating an objective evaluation of the performance of county governments across the Republic while commissioning a report of the same. Mr. Speaker, that is momentous and could not go without a comment or two from the honorable members of this House, Mr. Speaker. So I wanted to request, if you'd permit, I know not all of us will get the chance to speak on the same on Thursday when you're launching this report, but it is just important that the country be made to be aware that send your best journalists to the House on Thursday at 10 a.m., as you have guided, Mr. Speaker, but more importantly is for members to interact with that report and share their perspectives. You know, Mr. Speaker, Senate has been an idle bystander as busybodies have been buying agencies in this town to rate their performance and say as so-and-so, I am the best performing governor or this or that. But now the Senate has properly taken its place as constitutionally expected. And that needs a special mention and appreciation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for leading us well in this venture. I thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader. What will be the neatest way of handling this particular issue? Will it be now for honorable members to comment, or the report is launched, it's tabled before the Senate so that members can go through it, and once it's tabled, then members will be in a better position to comment on the same? So then kindly gather with me on the date and time that I've just announced. Let us launch this particular report. I believe maybe the Majority Leader or maybe the Chair Finance and Budget could table the report. Thereupon, honorable senators will have an opportunity to speak to that report. I have a further communication to make before we move to another order. I would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon of a visiting delegation from the Parliament of the Kingdom of Lesotho. The delegation comprises 10 members of staff from the Parliament. The delegation is in the Senate to undertake a benchmarking visit. This visit is informed by the passage of the 10th Amendment to the Constitution of the Kingdom of Lesotho on the 13th of August 2025, which mandates Parliament to enact enabling laws that will definitely establish the Parliament Service Commission and the Parliament Budget Office with the sole purpose of creating an independent and autonomous Parliament. Honorable Senators, I request each member of the delegation to stand when called out so that you may be acknowledged in the Senate tradition. Mr. Kotso Mano Molela. As the Deputy Clerk of the Senate, Ms. Libuseng Majoro. Deputy Clerk, National Assembly, Mr. Lereko Maine. Director, Parliamentary Budget Office, National Assembly, Mrs. Masefefe Matete. Chief Legal Officer. You'll excuse me the way I am pronouncing the names. Maybe it may not be the correct way to pronounce them, but I'll try. Being a Bantu, I'll try to my best. Mr. Fusi Libete, Finance Manager, National Assembly. Mr. Teboho Sekese, the Chief Research Officer, Senate. Mr. Mosito Lelimo. Mrs. Malineo Molele. Ms. Leneo Moleleki. Mrs. Mabasia Matabane. Now, on behalf of the Senate and my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to you and to the entire delegation and wish you a fruitful and enriching visit. I will request the Senate Majority Leader to extend a word of welcome to welcome this delegation.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome these distinguished colleagues of ours from the kingdom in the sky, as Lesotho is famously known, the only independent country in the world that is above 1,000 feet. I have been to South Africa, Mr. Speaker, but my escapades did not allow me to enter the kingdom of Lesotho. I do promise, Mr. Speaker, having, Mr. Speaker, I will reject the incitement that I'm receiving from members to ask you what that country has to offer, because I'm told you are a frequent visitor, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader, you're supposed to welcome the visitors, not welcoming the Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I was only requesting that at the next visit, please let me accompany you to this beautiful country.
You can see the Senator for Nairobi City County smiling.
I know he's your deputy during those escapades, Mr. Speaker. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do hope that our colleagues will get an opportunity to interact with a good number of colleagues here and deliver in the invitation, Mr. Speaker, that for some weird reason is always preserved only for the Senator for Nairobi and the Speaker, Mr. Speaker. This time, by Kithni Ondikni, we will join you when you go to Lesotho. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Senators, also I would wish to acknowledge the presence of a visiting delegation of 14 teachers and 147 students from St. Mary's Kibuk Girls Senior School in Bungoma County, who are seated in the public gallery. The delegation is visiting the Senate for an academic exposition. Now, on behalf of the Senate and my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful visit. I will request the Senator for Bungoma and 1 minute to extend the word welcome.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa nafasi hii ambayo umenipa niwakaribishe wanafunzi ambao naona Mheshimiwa Spika wako nadhifu katika sare zao nzuri Mheshimiwa Spika. Wanafunzi hawa wanatoka Mlima Elgon, eneo bunge hilo Mheshimiwa Spika. Wadi ya Kaptama inayopakana na Elgon Ward, na wale ambao wanatoka bonde la Ufa. Mlima Elgon kwa lugha asilia Kapkugo inamaanisha kitovu cha jamii ya Wakalenjin. Hawa ni kielelezo kwamba Kenya hii yeyote anaweza fika nyadhifa yoyote, anaweza chukua taaluma yoyote na akapata kila anachotaka katika nchi ya Kenya. Na ni baadhi ya wanafunzi ambao hufanya vyema katika mitihani ya kitaifa, na sina shaka na sitaona aibu kuwakaribisha katika jumba la Senate. Hapa ndipo seneta wenu hubobea katika kutunga sheria. Hapa ndipo seneta wenu humairika Wakenya wanaposikiza akiwatetea wale wachochole katika nchi ya Kenya. Wale wasichana wa shule hiyo yenu, kuna mabinti hapa maseneta walitia bidii katika masomo yao. Kutoka Bungoma niko na Senator Koni wa Kwabubi, tuko na commissioner kutoka Bunge la Ufa Mheshimiwa Joyce na wengine wengi. Sasa iwapo wewe unataka kuwa kiongozi, tazama hapa, kuna mifano yote ya wale waliobobea, waliosoma, na yote inawezekana chini ya jua na juu ya ardhi na hata ndani ya maji. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, naomba nikomee hapo. Nitakutana nanyi baadaye ili muweze kuendelea kujivunia na kuvuna matunda ya seneta wenu mchapa kazi. Asante sana na Mungu awalinde.
Honorable Senators, I would like to acknowledge the presence of a visiting delegation of 10 teachers and 91 students from Kabartegan Boys High School. I believe the majority leader will correct me in that pronunciation. From Cheruiyot County, who are seated in the public gallery. The delegation is visiting the Senate for an academic exposition. On behalf of the Senate and on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful visit. Also, I'd wish to acknowledge the presence of a visiting delegation of 9 teachers and 39 students from my Lolong Comprehensive School in Rock County, who are seated in the public gallery. The delegation is also visiting the Senate for an academic exposition. On behalf of the Senate and my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to them and wish them a fruitful visit. I will request the majority leader to extend a word of welcome to welcome these 2 delegations.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know why you're debating whether to allow me to welcome both. You know, Narok and Kericho is in the south of the rift, and I am something there. Mr. Speaker, I welcome these students from Kabartegan High School, one of the very top performing schools in Bureti sub-county, back at home. And it's one of the oldest schools as well, Mr. Speaker, that I've had the opportunity actually to visit a couple of times, including a few months ago. I had an event in that school, and I know they're here on a study tour. One of their teachers, Mr. Buzeki, who's a good and ardent supporter of mine, had informed me early. I used to work with him before he joined the school as a teacher, that they'd be here. Therefore, I'm glad that these students have found time on a busy afternoon when you have good quorum. I do hope, Mr. Speaker, that when we do the traditional walk to say hi to the students, get an opportunity to invite 1 or 2 of my colleagues so that these students can meet them and enjoy. I also welcome the visiting students from Narok County as well, who are here just to learn, interact, get to see the workings of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, so that I appreciate what legislators do in this House. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order, Clerk.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
The majority leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, Tuesday, 4th August 2026. The Parliamentary Service, Constituency and County Offices Regulations, Legal Number 137 of 2026. Senate Majority Leader. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights. Any member of JLAC? We are the members of JLAC. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, 4th August 2026. Report of the Study Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on the consideration of the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 13 of 2025. 2. Report of the Study Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on its consideration of the Constitution of Kenya Amendment number 2 Bill, Senate Bills number 16 of 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is on behalf of the Chairperson, Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Chairperson, Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, Tuesday, 4th August 2026. Report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries on its consideration of the Agriculture Produce Minimum Guaranteed Returns Bill, Senate number 17 of 2025. Chairperson, Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Now, request for statement pursuant to Standing Order 53-1, Senator for Embu County, the Honorable Alexander Mundigi.
Mr. Speaker, sir, request for statement on corrupt branch at Ndato Ferenc in Embu County. Mr. Speaker, sir, rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to check a statement from the Standing Committee on Loans, Transportation and Housing on matter of county-wide concern regarding the collapsed branch at Ndato Ferenc in Embu County, which connecting Bere North and Manyata constituency. Mr. Speaker, sir, the branch collapsed 5 years ago, severely disrupting movement and access between the two constituencies, dispute its importance to the affected communities. No tangible progress has been made towards construction and undermining residents' right to safe and reliable infrastructure. In the statement, the committee should address the following: the plans to reconstruct the branch, including the scope of works, the responsible implementing agency and the timelines for commencement and completion, the funds allocated for reconstruction of the branch, including the relevant financial year and the estimated project cost. 3. Steps taken to provide residents and other roads users with a safe alternative crossing pending the construction of the branch. The measures ensure timely assessment, repair, and rehabilitation of critical loans infrastructure whenever just failures occur in the future. Senator Alexander Mundigi, Senator for Embu County. Mr. Speaker, I have another statement.
You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, sir, request for statement on provision of service under the Teachers Medical Scheme. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to check a statement from the Standing Committee on Education on matter of national concern regarding provision of service under the Teachers Medical Scheme and administered by Medical Administrators Kenya Limited MAKL Insurance Scheme. Mr. Speaker, sir, persistent delays in setting medical claims submitted by accredited healthcare providers between June 2025 and March 2026 have caused financial strain on healthcare providers and, in some cases, resulted in disruption or denial of medical service to teachers and their dependents. Further, concerns have been raised about a reported deduction of 20% from patients' claims, raising questions of legality, accountability, and protection of teachers' right to timely health care. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1. The total number and value of unsettled claims for the period June 2025 to March 2026, disaggregated by a provider and other reasons for delayed settlement. The legal, contractual, or policy justification for the reported deduction of 20% from patients' claims, the total amount deducted, and the beneficiary of such deductions. 3. Whether the Ministry of Education or the Teacher Service Commission, TSC, has undertaken audit or investigations into the delays and the finding or actions taken against responsible parties. Steps being taken to settle all outstanding claims owed to accredited healthcare providers, including clear timeline for payment. Measures by the Ministry, TLC, and scheme administered to prevent disruption of service and guarantees teachers and their dependents timely access to quality health care. Thank you, Senator for M County, Dr. Alexander Munimondigi, and Acting Deputy Majority.
Senator Osotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to request for a statement on the ongoing harassment of the residents of Munungo village in Mwibona ward of Vihiga County and the neighboring Ramula area, which is on the boundary with Siaya. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations on the matter of county-wide concern regarding the continued harassment of the residents of Munungo village, Mwibona ward, Vihiga County, and the nearby Ramula village, which is on the boundary with Siaya. Since 7th April 2026, in connection with the mineral prospecting activity in the area. Mr. Speaker, sir, residents of this area have been subjected to continuous harassment, intimidation, restricted access to their homes and farms, unlawful entry, displacement, destruction of property, confiscation of personal effects like mobile phones, and unauthorized access to personal data. Security officers have continued operations despite conservative orders on 5th February 2026 by the Environment and Lands Court sitting in Siaya, which barred any involuntary resettlement, land acquisition, or related compensation processes by Shanta Gold pending the hearing of petition number ELC 1 petition case number E002 of 2025. Demonstrations arising from the disputes in that area have led to numerous deaths, injuries, unlawful arrests, while motorcycles and other properties belonging to the residents remain in police custody. Mr. Speaker, this Sunday, I held a public participation in that area. And immediately I left, the police descended on the people there.
Senator Osotsi, read your statement as approved by the chair, please.
Very well. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the circumstances surrounding the deployment of police officers, including officers of the General Service Unit, GSU, to Munungo village, outlining their mandate, the duration of the operation, and the persons or entities that requested or authorized the deployment. 2, the status of investigation into the reports of harassment, intimidation, unlawful entry into homes, displacement, trespass, destruction of property, and unlawful confiscation of or access to residents' mobile phones and personal data, including action against culpable officers. 3, the status of compliance with the conservative orders issued by the Environment and Land Court and the findings of investigation into the relationship between the entities undertaking mineral prospecting activities and the deployment or conduct of security officers. 4, the status of investigation into the death, injuries, and arrests arising from demonstration in the area, including the measures taken to establish accountability and prevent recurrence. 5, the number and description of motorcycles and other properties held by the police following the security operation, the legal basis for their continued detention, and the measures taken to facilitate their lawful release. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Fatuma Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Committee, Standing Orders 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the rising cases of insecurity in Isiolo County. Mr. Speaker, sir, within a span of 1 week, Isiolo County witnessed several violent incidences that resulted in the loss of lives and heightened fear among residents. On 28th July 2026, Mrs. Angelina Kananu, a businesswoman, was shot dead in a targeted attack, prompting protests by residents and traders demanding justice and enhanced security. Further, Mrs. Nasibo Tadicha Abdi, an 18-year-old girl who went missing from Malkagala location in Cherab Ward on 22nd July 2026, was later found dead on 23rd July. On 23rd July 2026, Mr. Isa Mohammed, a student at Isiolo Boys High School, was shot and killed in an incident involving a police officer. In the statement, the committee should address the following. Number 1, the circumstances surrounding the death of Mrs. Angelina Kananu, Mrs. Nasibo Tadicha Abdi, and Mr. Isa Mohammed, including the status of investigation, arrest made, and persons charged. Number 2, the measures
Senator
taken...
Chute and Senator Mundigi, take your seats.
Number 2, measures taken by national security agencies to address rising insecurity in Isiolo County, including the deployment of additional security personnel, patrols, and equipment. Number 3, the adequacy of police presence, equipment, and response capacity in Isiolo County, particularly in Isiolo Town and Cherab Ward, relative to the population and prevailing security threats. Number 4, the measures taken to investigate the involvement of police officer in the shooting of Mr. Isa Mohammed and ensure accountability, including the status of investigation by the Independent Police Oversight Authority. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the measures being taken in collaboration with the county government, local administrators, and community policing structures to restore public confidence and ensure the safety of residents, traders, and students in Isiolo County. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kavindu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request for statement on alleged abduction of Mr. Jimmy Mutava in Mlolongo, Machakos County. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations on a matter of countrywide concerns regarding the alleged abduction of Mr. Jimmy Mutava in Mlolongo, Machakos County. Mr. Speaker, sir, the abduction of Mr. Mutava by armed, masked individuals has heightened public fear among residents of Mlolongo and the larger Machakos County and raised serious concerns about the resurgence of the abduction, undermining citizens' constitutional rights to security and protection. In the statement, the committee should address the following. One, the circumstances surrounding the alleged abduction of Mr. Jimmy Mutava, including the progress of investigations, the action taken by the National Police Service and other relevant security agencies to establish his whereabouts, and the timelines of the responses from the time the incident was reported. Two, whether any suspects have been identified or arrested, and the measures being undertaken to ensure a swift, impartial, and transparent that will bring the perpetrators to justice. Three, the steps the government is taking to curb the rising cases of abductions and enforced disappearances, strengthen the public safety in Machakos County and nationwide, and restore public confidence in the country's security agencies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Agnes Kavindu Mudhama, the Senator, Machakos County. Thank you.
Senator Esi Okenyuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request for statement on the exclusion of junior secondary school teachers from the ongoing Teacher Service Commission promotion exercise. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Education on a matter of national concern regarding the exclusion of junior secondary school teachers from the ongoing Teacher Service Commission promotion exercise for the financial year 2026-2027.
Senator Esi, just draw closer to your microphone, please.
Okay. Request for a statement on the exclusion of on the exclusion of junior secondary school teachers from the ongoing Teacher Service Commission TSC promotion exercise. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Education on a matter of national concern regarding the exclusion of junior secondary school teachers from the ongoing Teacher Service Commission promotion exercise for the financial year 2026-2027. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Teacher Service Commission has advertised for over 34,000 promotional vacancies for teachers across the country. However, concerns have arisen that qualified teachers serving in the junior secondary schools have been excluded from the exercise, as the online application system only recognizes teachers deployed to primary and senior secondary schools. In the statement, the committee should address the following. One, the reasons for excluding JSS teachers from the ongoing promotion exercise, stating whether the exclusion is consistent with the TSC's human resource and career progression policies, and the number of JSS teachers eligible for promotion. Two, whether the TSC intends to review the promotion framework and online application system to enable qualified JSS teachers to apply for promotion opportunities, and if so, provide the timelines for the review. And finally, the measures to ensure that all qualified teachers, regardless of their level of deployment, have equitable access to promotion, professional development, and career advancement opportunities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Manzo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a request for a statement on the market access for farm produce from Makueni County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Trade, Industrialization and Tourism on matter of countrywide concern regarding market access for mangoes, green grams, and pigeon peas produced in Makueni County. Makueni County, Mr. Speaker, sir, Makueni County is a leading producer of mangoes, green grams, and pigeon peas, which are key sources of income and livelihood for thousands of farmers, despite being leading source of income and livelihoods for thousands of residents. Farmers of these crops face persistent challenges in accessing reliable domestic and export markets, meeting quality and sanitary standards, and coping with sharp price fluctuations during peak harvest. The results has been significant post-harvest losses and reduced returns, particularly for mango farmers. In the statement, the committee should address the following. One, the measures the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry is taking to secure reliable domestic and export markets for mangoes, green grams, and pigeon peas from Makueni County, and to ensure farmers receive their fair and competitive prices. Two, the support be provided to farmers and cooperatives to meet quality, safety, and phytosanitary standards required for regional and international markets. Three, the interventions in place to stabilize prices and cushion farmers from losses during market gluts in peak harvest seasons. Four, the lessons learned from the challenges experienced by mango farmers during the last harvest season, and the measures be implemented to improve market access and strengthen value chain and reduce future post-harvest losses. Daniel Manzo, Senator Makueni. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chimera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a request for a statement on the status of implementation of the 2017 Collective Bargaining Agreement, CBA, for healthcare workers. So, Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health on a matter of nationwide concern regarding the status of implementation of the 2017 Collective Bargaining Agreement, CBA, affecting healthcare workers, especially nurses in the counties. So, Speaker, sir, the 2017 CBA between the Kenya National Union of Nurses, KNUN, and the government emerged from long-running disputes over pay, allowances, and working conditions. And while it was meant to settle those grievances through a return-to-work framework, implementation has remained slow and uneven, especially at county level. In the statement, the committee should address the following. Number one, the status of implementation of the 2017 Collective Bargaining Agreement, CBA, in each county, indicating the provisions that have been fully implemented partially implemented or remain outstanding. Number 2, the number of nurses and other health workers affected by non-implementation of the 2017 CBA per county, including salary harmonization, grading, promotions, redesignation, unpaid arrears, and delayed absorption into permanent and pensionable terms. Further, identify the counties that have failed to absorb eligible health workers on permanent and pensionable terms and explain the reasons for the continued use of temporary or contractual employment. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, the amounts budgeted, released, and utilized in the financial year 2025-2026 and financial year 2026-2027 for implementing of the 2017 CBA and related return to work commitments in each county. Number 4, Mr. Speaker, the measures taken to enforce county government's compliance with the scheme of service, promotion guidelines, and applicable labor and public service standards in the health sector. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, the immediate and long-term measures being implemented to prevent recurrent health workers' strikes and ensure uninterrupted healthcare services in county referral hospitals and other public health facilities. Yours truly. Thank you.
Senator Sifuna.
Speaker, first allow me to correct the record. You know, there was references to the Senator of Nairobi visiting the Kingdom of Lesotho. I have never been to Lesotho. I think the majority leader was conflating Lesotho with the Kingdom of Eswatini, formerly known as Swaziland.
Even the chair has not visited Lesotho.
Correct. So I wanted to protect you, Speaker. When I was in the Speaker's good books, I was the permanent representative of the Senate to the Kingdom of Eswatini. Honorable Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare on a matter of countrywide concern regarding the welfare of workers at Hela Intimates EPZ Limited in the Kitengela Athi River zone. Mr. Speaker, over 3,000 workers are in distress due to delayed salaries and companies' failure to remit statutory deductions like the National Social Security Fund, Higher Education Loans Board, and Savings and Credit Cooperative Societies contributions for several months. This situation, alongside unpaid severance and terminal benefits owed to workers, as well as substantial amounts owed to suppliers, exposing both workers and suppliers to vulnerability when companies cease operations or exit without settling financial and statutory obligations. In the statement, the committee should address the following. Number 1, the current status of salary arrears, statutory deductions, severance pay, and outstanding payments to suppliers. Number 2, investigations into the company's failure to remit statutory deductions and pay lawful benefits and action taken against responsible parties. Thirdly, the legal and regulatory safeguards in place to protect workers and suppliers when investors close or cease operations without settling salaries, statutory deductions, terminal benefits, and other lawful debts. And finally, measures by the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection and relevant agencies to ensure timely access to salaries, benefits, and statutory entitlements in similar cases going forward. I thank you, Speaker.
Senator Faki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Lands, Environment and Natural Resources on a matter of inter-county concern regarding the disbursement of funds under the Kenya Marine Fisheries and Socio-Economic Development KEMSFED project. Mr. Speaker, sir, the project valued at Kenya shillings 10 billion for the period 2020-2025 is implemented by the government of Kenya through the State Department of Blue Economy Fisheries with the support from the World Bank. It covers the 5 coastal counties of Kwale, Mombasa, Kilifi, Tana River, and Lamu, and aims at to strengthen marine fisheries management and secure sustainable livelihoods for coastal communities. In the statement, Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee should address the following. Number 1, the amount of money disbursed and spent in each county per financial year from the year 2020 to 2025. Number 2, a breakdown of the projects undertaken in each county, their respective budgets, and a detailed list of beneficiary groups supported under the project. Number 3, the reasons for delays in the procurement of boats for Mombasa, Kilifi, and Kwale counties, and the basis of restricting beneficiary groups from independently procuring goods and services for their projects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Mohamed Faki Munyahaji, Senator for the County of Mombasa.
Senator Lominen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I stand to request for a statement on the state of healthcare service delivery in Turkana County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health on a matter of country concern regarding the deteriorating state of health service delivery in Turkana County, particularly at Lodwar County Referral Hospital and other public health facilities across the county. Mr. Speaker, sir, residents of Turkana County continue to face persistent challenges, including shortages of essential medicines, inadequate staffing, overcrowded health facilities, delayed treatment, and difficulties accessing services under the Social Health Authority, SHA. Concerns have also been raised that county government employees continue to have statutory health deductions made from their salaries despite being unable to access benefits under the county medical cover and SHA, forcing many to meet medical expenses from their own resources. These challenges have reportedly resulted in avoidable suffering, adverse outcomes, and in some cases, loss of life, underscoring the need to urgent intervention to safeguard the constitutional rights to health care. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1. The current status of health care service delivery in Turkana County, including Lodwar County Referral Hospital and all public health facilities, with details on staffing levels, bed capacity, availability of essential medicines, medical equipment, critical medical supplies, health care infrastructure, congestion in health facilities, referral services, and measures being implemented to address existing gaps. 2. The status of implementation of the Social Health Authority, SHA, and country employees' medical cover in Turkana County, including challenges affecting access to health care, reasons for continued SHA deduction despite reported service failures, measures to ensure uninterrupted and emergency health care services, and engagement with relevant national agencies to resolve the challenges. 3. Measures the county government has put in place to compensate or reimburse country employees, patients, and families who suffered financial hardships, adverse health outcomes, or loss of loved ones due to failure or inaccessibility of county medical cover and the Social Health Authority, including any assessment undertaken and redress mechanisms established. 4. The budgetary allocation to the county health sector from year 2025 and to 2026 to date, the amount utilized, the programs funded, and the measures being implemented to ensure prudent utilization of resources, strengthen accountability and oversight, investigate complaints of negligence and poor service delivery, and restore public confidence in Turkana County's health services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Now, honorable senators, we will come back for comments, but allow me, pursuant to Standing Order 45-2, to rearrange today's order paper so that we handle order number 11. Order number 11 to 14, and thereafter come back for the comments, for the statements that have been requested. Clerk? Yes, Senator Faki.
There was the report of the Delegated Legislation Committee, and I can see the chair is in the House, on the consideration of the 5 or so instruments from the NTSA. Maybe it has been pending on this order paper for a long time, since the 11th of June. Thank you.
So we'll come back to that once we are done with the orders that I've just mentioned. Clerk, proceed to call those orders.
Order number 11, the Assisted Reproductive Technology Bill, National Assembly Bills number 61 of 2022. Second reading, division.
Sergeant at Arms, kindly ring the division bell for 3 minutes. Sergeant at Arms, kindly close the doors and draw the bar. Now, Honorable Senators, we are doing division on order number 11. That is the Assisted Reproductive Technology Bill. No. Senator Mbugua and Senator Joyce kindly proceed to dispatch and cast your vote. And honorable senators, we will move to the next order, and then at the end, I will announce the results for each order at the same time. Senator Joyce and Senator Mbugua can